Hello, and welcome to the Illusion Horror and Con actual play of the Kult Divinity Lost scenario Judgment, written by Matthew Sanderson. I am your GM, Crystal, and this is the finale, folks. So if you haven't watched the other 3 episodes, I would highly suggest you go do that before you watch this one. And yeah, so I'll introduce my players. We have David as Angelica Caldwell. We have Nat as Genesis Caldwell. We have Cameron as George Caldwell. We have Mick as Tyler Egerton. And there's me, GM, who also sometimes plays Jessica Caldwell. So where we left off last week is everybody is hitting up Eve. So we have Tyler at an abandoned office building in town, where he is just about to meet up with Eve. And we have the others, the Caldwell family, putting in a text message to a pretend abortion to try to also meet up with Eve. They don't know that she's Eve at this point, but I think we all know who she is now. So I think we are going to dive straight into the conversation with Tyler and Eve. So, Tyler, you are waiting in the abandoned building, office building, and she told you a particular floor to wait at, and you've been looking out the window, and you see her roll up. She got a text message as she was coming in. She checked it. She looked like she answered it, and now she's coming up. Are you doing anything to prepare for her arrival? What are you thinking? How are you feeling?
Well, I'm just gonna make sure she's not been followed, that no other cars pull up.
Okay.
And otherwise, I've got like my ceremonial dagger on me, which is like strapped down in my jeans, so I can pull it out
Mm-hmm.
quickly if I need to. And I will just wait until she gets up to my floor, probably on the 3rd floor or something.
Yeah, thereabouts. So she enters the building, so you no longer have a view of her.
Hmm.
Outside, it's pretty quiet. Every once in a while, a car will drive past. It's still it's a road that people drive on in Phoenix, but nobody stops. Nobody really slows down. It doesn't look like anybody's looking. So
Hmm.
at this point, you seem safe. After uh, about 5 minutes, she comes onto the floor that you're on. Um, and she's there with she's dressed in some, they look like pretty old, little bit tattered, worn clothes, just jeans and a t-shirt, with kind of a sweater thing over. She's looks like she's living a little bit rough, um, and she is very paranoid. She is looking behind her. She is kind of fidgety and nervous, but when she sees you, she gives you an interesting look and says, Tyler, it's been a long time.
Yeah. Well, thanks for coming. Like I said, you should probably leave town soon, but I wanted to see you before you do.
Right? So I I figured I should leave town at some point. That was already in the works. So what do you want to talk about?
Yeah. Well, the cops are on your back, and this high and mighty reverend from the Church of the Heavenly something or other.
Hmm.
He seems to be on your back. He wants your head. He wants you delivered up to him. And the thing that personally interests me is why you did the abortion on Angelica, because I had something going there, man, like to try and bring your ex back, and you screwed it up mightily for me.
When when you mention the abortion and trying to bring Wayne back, her eyes get very wide. And she said, you tried to summon Wayne?
Oh yeah, that was all part of the plan. It was going to incarnate him in this baby that you aborted.
Okay, I don't know who the fuck Angelica is, and I don't really care. You you tried to summon Wayne into a baby. I performed, it's not really an abortion. It's a ritual on Wayne. Angelica. And she describes Angelica to you, and she said
Yeah,
that girl.
yeah, 2 days ago now. That's my girlfriend. It was all part of the plan. Wayne basically told me to do this, and
Fuck.
I impregnated her. And then you aborted him, and he's on my
Oh
back. He's
my
haunting
god.
me.
You are an idiot, Tyler. Jesus
Yeah, sure.
Christ.
Join the queue for calling me an idiot. Now I've got this revenant on my back.
Of course you do. You're an amateur. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. And then you didn't. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is bad. Wayne's okay, I didn't finish the ritual on your precious Angelica or whoever the fuck she is. Her friend barged in and stopped it. She saw it first of all, so who knows what she's saying, who she's saying what to, but she it didn't finish. It probably shredded up his soul and he's now attached to you, to your girlfriend, and parts of him are probably God knows where. Oh fuck, this is so
Hmm.
bad. And she starts to pace around.
Well, if you're such a high and mighty magician, can't you do something to repair the damage you've done?
That's what I'm trying to think. Oh, fuck. This is so bad. So, okay. This this pastor that you're talking about, I if he's after me, odds are he was the one who killed Wayne. And I have been doing my best to try to lay low. I'm doing these abortions, these rituals to hide myself. I I'm the only reason I haven't been caught is because I'm performing magic on myself to keep myself hidden. That's it.
Hmm.
And I live in my fucking van.
Yeah, I thought you were dead and gone. I didn't know what the hell had happened to you after Wayne died.
I had to. There are certain entities that can sniff out what me and Wayne were doing. It was easier to protect ourselves when there was two of us doing it. After
Right.
Wayne died, it was just
Quick,
me, and it got a
quick
lot
question
harder.
here. Do you have a gun by any chance?
No, absolutely not. I wouldn't know what to do with it.
Okay. Well, no, because Wayne basically said I've got to avenge him, which I guess means killing the pastor. So I've got to get hold of a firearm. Hmm.
If,
Just a question.
look, if the pastor did indeed get Wayne killed, odds are he's more powerful than maybe a gun could handle.
Hmm. Well, with me being an amateur, as you say, what can I do then?
Look, we need. I can give you another weapon. Magic. Um, I can set it up for you, and it will help you with this pastor situation. Um, but I need more than just you, unfortunately. You know, I have an appointment with somebody. They asked for an abortion. I just had them meet me here. Maybe we can get them. I I need to take some years off of people's lives. I need years in order to do this magic. So,
Well, considering everything that's happened to me over the last 2 days, I would be very careful about this appointment. It may be a setup.
okay. Well, then what should we do? In order for me to do this, I need to take 40 years off somebody's life. And I'm not doing it to myself.
No. Does it have to be one person or can you spread it around?
I can spread it around. Those people need to be here, though,
Hmm.
in close vicinity. They need to be part of the ritual.
What time are they coming? How long have we got?
She checks her watch, like, probably 30 minutes or so.
Look, I know where I can probably get hold of a gun, but it's gonna be touch and go. Can I borrow your car?
Uh, no. All of my equipment is in there. Everything, my whole life is in there. I'm not going to just let you take my car.
Right. So we just stay here and wait, unarmed, for these unknown people to turn up. Great plan.
Well, I didn't know at the time that I took the appointment that they could be setting me up.
I told you, you have to get out of town. There are people looking for you. There's a cop looking for you. There's a religious maniac looking for you with all his goons.
Okay. Look, I'll give you the weapon. And I'll do my best to give you a crash course on the ritual. And then I'm going to fuck off. If you fuck it up, it'll be very bad. But if you do fine, maybe you can use it against this pastor, and it will definitely be helpful.
All right.
Okay. So she's going to go down to her car and get the weapon. Meanwhile...
Yeah, we'll follow her. Yeah.
Okay. Meanwhile, back at the Caldwell house. So, you just made an appointment to meet up with the abortionist. What are you all doing in the meantime? You have about an hour.
Well, I believe we actually had called Tyler to come over as well for the meeting.
Right, you did.
Well, we have no idea what he's involved in, so but at least for Genesis, she believes since Pastor Warren made it very clear that Tyler would be able to help them, she was insisting to her dad that Tyler should be at the meeting as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think Angelica is not doing much, but maybe taking some shots of something, or trying to calm down. Because on the other hand, if the others insist on her going again to the abortionist, meeting her, don't know if she's that happy, especially since she might have not told everything to them. So
Right. Okay. So
I'm pacing around. Maybe we do turn this abortionist into the pastor. I mean, then maybe things will go back to normal. I mean, I can't keep pretending to be part of the church, but I mean, it is a job for now, and I don't know. Just want things back the way they were before any of this happened.
I think Angelica will see him pacing and kind of try to approach him, but then she doesn't know what to say, so yeah, I think she'll just actually she might sit down at the kitchen table and just start to sketch a bit. and kind of tries to make it obvious to George in a sense of maybe he takes the bait and sits down and, you know, calms down and does some sketching too or something.
I pay some attention to what Angelica's doing. It's a brilliant idea to. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I do have all this nervous energy, and we do have time. Maybe I'll sketch also. I just imagine, you know, the scene of, you know, heaven with the trumpets and the angels, and but I mean, in light of what's happened, maybe I sketch the pastor and show him as, you know, really a more of a person with multiple sides to his personality.
Ooh.
I don't know. Can I roll my advantage?
Yes, I believe I remember what it is. Let me just quickly take a look. Yes. Please roll for your advantage. Okay. So you get to choose one of those options.
I think I mean, I love the attention of people actually enjoying my art, so I'll say they want to see more of my art.
Okay.
I kind of show it to Angelica and say, "What do you think?" I think I drew the pastor, but his eyes, there's just something with his eyes where he's maybe not as benevolent as he wants people to think. Maybe I just, you know, blacken the pupils in such a way that he looks a bit menacing.
I think she just looks up at you and she like really smiles, like that you've A, taken the bait, and B, taken kind of an interest back into your actual hobbies, and that you can see that you do great stuff. And she just kind of looks at you with a smile and says, "That's great, Dad. I mean, I actually have a lot to learn from you. I think she kind of shows like sketches that she just did, but she intentionally kind of like scribbled them like worse than she could. And so she kind of just looks at Dad and just kind of just asks him like, how did you do this and this? And so she's kind of asking him how to improve her technique in order to get his mind off things.
Yeah, I guess you just kind of have to feel it and think about what you're feeling in the moment, and then how you translate that onto the page. Don't worry about, you know, precision or getting the exact form. Just tap into how you're feeling.
And I think she will start to sketch another one, or new sketch, but this time of her dad, and kind of just like make him smile and, you know, start to sketch Mom next to you, Genesis, and kind of she's sketching out a family portrait in a sense, but like now she actually takes care to draw it nicely, but she's kind of like, is that right, Dad? Like this and here and a bit more shadow here, and like, yeah.
I'm very, very encouraging, not overly trying to correct her. But
And yeah,
yeah,
Okay.
that looks
I
great.
think that's
Great, honey.
thanks, Dad. And yeah, I think that's just what I continue for the next couple 15, 20 minutes.
Well, it's a nice, wholesome moment. Jessica also wanders over and sits with you guys at the table and just watches you. And, you have this kind of nice moment, the three of you. Genesis, what are you doing? Are you joining in?
Think I probably feeling a bit nervous because I would need to meet the abortionist soon, and I have probably no idea what I'm supposed to do there, or how I would convince the abortionist that I'm actually pregnant. And then I kind of look out the window trying to see if Tyler's coming, or and I'm just kind of just doing this, kind of biting my nails a bit. I'm waiting. And I have this image in my mind of like my mom busting into the room with a gun out, and being the hero and capturing this abortionist. And after that, it's kind of a blank because I'm not sure what will happen next, or whether we deliver this abortionist to Pastor Ward or not.
Just remind me, what was the text you sent to Tyler then? I don't remember that.
I think you called him. Right?
That's a bit...
Yeah, I think, Tyler, you told them that you were going to come over as soon as possible. Probably just right after Eve. You talked to Eve and tried to convince her to leave town. However, I'll tell you now that Eve teaching you this this ritual is going to take a little bit of time. So if you remember that you called the Caldwells, you might want to shoot them a text saying like, "Hey, sorry, I need to meet up with you later," something like that.
All right, yeah, sorry. As a player, I just completely forgot this interaction.
No problem.
Yeah, so I probably will actually send a text over to whoever contacted me, probably Genesis. I don't think I've got a parent's text phone number, so I'll take Genesis and just say I'm caught up in something important. We'll call later. And that's basically all I'm saying.
Okay.
And then I'm going to turn the sound off my phone. I'm sure she's going to ring back.
Sorry, I think it was Jessica who contacted you, or so maybe if we can just leave it with Jessica.
Okay,
Jessica,
yeah,
right?
Sorry, I forgot that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Jessica had. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, Jessica will get your text and she'll relay that to everybody else. Probably for the best. We have an appointment, don't we?
Yeah, yes, we do. And I'm kind of drumming my fingers on the window pane. Maybe we should start heading there. I don't want to be late.
Yeah. Girls, you're adults now, so I'll leave this up to you. You don't have to come if you don't want to.
But actually, what's the plan, Mom? Are you going to just go in there and catch her? Or...
Well, I don't feel like I have any other choice but to try to, I don't know. As mad as I am at this woman for doing what she does, I'm still afraid of what the pastor will do. I don't know. Maybe we can talk to her when we get there and try to make her see some reason.
Okay. Well, I think I should be there, Mom. I don't feel good that you're there on your own or so on. I think I should be there to support you.
Sure.
I think I'm just looking at Genesis a bit curious if she takes the weapon upstairs with her. So I'm like, and I don't want to have anything happen to you or anybody else by accident. Just kind of stare at her.
I stare back and kind of raise my eyebrow a bit. I'm just like, hoping she's not gonna say any more.
I'm not, but I'm just looking.
I'll be with Genesis. I mean, it makes sense that a father would take his daughter to get this procedure done.
Is it?
If he's supportive, which I, of course, I would be there. It makes complete sense.
Well, it probably does make sense for all of us to be there. Actually, if we if we want to maybe have a conversation with her. In any case, yeah, let's all go.
Okay.
But she'll remember Angelica, won't she?
We'll keep Angelica hidden for the time being, I think.
Right.
Maybe if we
Okay.
are on talking terms with her, Angelica could join in or something like this. You know, probably would have more to go on when Angelica's there.
Yeah.
Well, hun, you're gonna arrest her, right? And handcuff her and zip tie her.
I mean, yeah. I feel like that's what I have to do. Also, I would actually feel better if nobody was here alone. The pastor threatened our family. It's probably best if everybody stays with me, honestly. I'm the most capable of protecting us all, I guess.
Yes, you know how to protect and do things. Still looking at Genesis. You think about stuff.
That, I think I'm just going to frown at that last line. Yeah,
right.
evil glare at Angelica.
I of course just think to myself again. It reminds me that I'm the beta parent, but it's fine. I'm used to that.
Well, I before we leave or anything, I'm just going to kind of walk over to Angelica and take her by the side and say, or just whisper to her and just say like, "What's your game? Wait, what are you getting at?"
Don't do anything stupid, okay? Just I don't know what. You're not going to take it with you, are you?
it's not on me for now. You think Mom doesn't need backup?
I don't know if it's just gonna backfire on us. She kind of looks at you and kind of tries to avoid eye contact. That woman, she's she, she's just different, and I don't know if I don't know what's gonna happen, and I just don't want anything happen to either of us.
Okay. If you feel better that it's not on me, I could leave it here. I could give it to you in case.
Sure. That would make me feel better.
So you wanna have it on you?
She doesn't say or respond to that, but it's like I'm just gonna. I'll just make sure that it's safe. Okay. Where is it?
Look, let's just go upstairs. Just say I need the toilet or something. Meet you there.
Yep.
Um,
She follows. Just
yeah. So I'm just gonna use the toilet and then kind of head off up. I kind of park you outside my room and close the door. And then I get it out of where I usually keep it. And open the door slightly just to see. Okay, there's no one else. And kind of quickly shove the gun to you.
Yeah, I take it and then just put it in one of my pockets or something. It's not a big gun, right? It's like
It's a handgun.
small.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And then I'll just go in my room, grab a backpack and stuff, and throw some sweaters in, or not sweaters, t-shirts or something. A couple of bottles of water or something, just to give it a reason that I have a backpack, and then just put it on the very bottom. Also taking the bullets, if there are any that I took. I don't remember. But yeah, that's about it. And then go downstairs.
Okay. It should be loaded, but safety lock is on. Just to mention to you.
Yeah, she doesn't really know what that means, I think. So
No.
she just goes down.
I just shake
She
my
says,
head
like,
and wonder what I'm doing. Okay.
Yeah, and then we join the others. Probably I go down a bit before, and then it's just for her to come down.
Giving the signal. Okay. Jessica says, all right, we're all ready to go then, right?
Yeah, let's go.
All right. And you all load up in the car and head off. So we're going to go back to Tyler and Eve. So you guys go down to Eve's van, and she opens up the back, and she beckons you inside. She's removed all of the, this is kind of a utility van, so there's nothing in the back. There's just the two seats up in the front, And then she's installed like shelves and cabinets and stuff inside. There's a mattress down there. It's, it's obvious that she's living out of the van and has been for quite some time. So after you step inside the van, Tyler?
I just heard after you step inside the van. I was waiting for.
Oh, you step inside the van, right?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so she closes it. She has she has the car light on. And well, first of all, when you step in, in her van, she has an assortment of jars. And these jars have various body parts, human body parts in them, in some yellowish fluid.
Lovely.
Lovely, yeah. Various sizes. She looks through them, but then she says, no. And then she goes over to a cabinet. She takes out a key and unlocks it. Inside this cabinet are more jars. However, these jars have fetuses in them, in a yellowish fluid, at various stages of life. She takes one that is very small, an early fetus, takes the jar and hands it to you. And she says, so I can hopefully teach you a ritual that will basically make it so that you can harm the pastor through this. Again, the ritual is a little involved. And if you mess it up, it's either going to do nothing or it's going to harm you. So, are you sure you want to take this on?
I'm sure. I've got this revenant basically weighing on my back, and if I don't do something, he's gonna come for me.
Right. And at the mention of Wayne's name, she looks quite sad. She almost looks like she's gonna cry.
Do you know what happened to him? I mean, someone set his house on fire, right? Was that the pastor's men?
I assume so.
Yeah, me too.
I don't exactly know. I just saw his house on fire, and I saw them. Well, I actually saw the aftermath of his house on fire. I saw the paramedics bringing his body on the stretcher. And then I ran.
Yeah. Okay. So tell me how I do this then.
Okay. So she's going to explain this ritual to you. I'm going to roll a die. Tyler, I want you to say high or low.
Okay.
If you guess it correctly, then so is your intention to stay here to meet up with whoever she's meeting up with?
Yeah, I would say
Okay.
so. Yeah.
Okay. I guess, yeah. So I'll let you know what happens afterwards, actually. So,
Okay.
high or low, Tyler?
Low. Obviously, it has to be low.
Low. Okay.
Deep, deep down.
Ooh, it's
No,
high.
that's not good.
Yeah. Okay. So, as she's explaining how to do this, it takes quite a while. She is trying to write down some notes for you. She's trying to, let you know this is what you need to be thinking. This is what you're chanting. This, that, and the other. It's relatively involved. As you guys are sitting there, you hear a car pull up and park right beside the van. And that is the Caldwells, but Tyler, you don't know that yet. So, Tyler, what do you do?
I mean, is it interrupting the whole procedure, or is she more or less finished?
She is more or less finished. And she, she writes down a couple, she hears the car too. She's like, shit. So she writes down a couple notes and hands them to you and says, I mean, that's basically it. As she's whispering, obviously. Yeah, that's it. That must be my appointment.
Mm-hmm. Well, this looks easy enough. No problem. What could possibly go wrong?
Right. So, what do we do?
Well, I think your appointment just arrived. I don't think I should be seen around here, but I can give you backup if you want. This may be a setup. The police
Yeah.
are onto you. The pastor is onto you.
Yeah, I mean, I hope it's not a setup. I need one. I need to do. I need at least one more ritual to give myself a little bit more protection. Yeah, I would just feel better if you were around.
It's your funeral. You sure you haven't got a firearm anywhere in this van?
I'm no good in a fight. I basically I would try to use magic and disappear.
Good luck with that.
Okay, so that's in the van. The Caldwells. You drive up and you see that the address is an abandoned building. And in front of this abandoned building is a sort of brown colored van. What do you guys do? Well, I think Jessica's. No, let's say George is driving. What do you
Yeah. I look over and I say, honey, what do you want us to do?
Well,
Do you want our help, or do you want us to stay in the car for now?
Or, I mean, wouldn't this abortionist just flee if she sees you there? I don't know. I could just go in first, and then, or like, Dad could come with me and say,
well,
I don't know, like that I need an abortion or something like this. I'm
Right, yeah, that's what we talked about. Maybe I don't know, hun. Does it make sense for you to just sneak around and I don't know, grab the person?
Yes, probably. Odds are she's looking at the car right now from the building. So yes, how about the two of you head in there. I'll wait here with Angelica and meet you in there in a bit.
It's in the building, right? And then I kind of try to message again with the phone saying like, do I go into the building or so?
Okay. You guys are still in the car, right?
Mm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So Eve gets a text message. Tyler, while you guys are in the van, and she says, shit, they're here. I'm just gonna tell them to go up to this floor. Go up to the third floor and wait for me. I'll be right there. So,
And
is that
you want
okay,
me
Tyler?
You want me to follow them in, or what do you want me to do?
Well, I'm gonna go in after them. I want to see who they are.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, we can't see any of this, right? The back of the van has got no windows. We can't see the
Right.
car. Or who's
The
in
back
it.
of the
Yeah.
van doesn't have any windows, so you can't see the Caldwell's car.
Yeah, great. Okay, you go ahead. I'll try and get you back when we know what's going on.
Okay. Yeah. So Eve has just told you guys to go into the building, and she will be there.
So I get out of the car and I open Genesis's door and hold out my hand because I want to be seen as, being her supportive father.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I take Dad's hand and I kind of look back into the car with this sort of look like bye or hope everything will be fine. Bit worried. And I just close the car door and make my way towards the building with
Okay.
holding Dad's hand. Yeah.
Okay.
It's so it'll be okay, honey. Everything's gonna be all right.
Okay. I hope so. This is, this is my first time doing this.
Me too, honey.
Okay, we can do it.
Yeah. And I guess we're legitimately looking nervous.
Mm.
And I walk with Genesis up to the door to the elevator.
Okay.
Yep, we go up to where the abortionist said we should go. I guess to the third floor.
Okay. In the van. So Eve will say, "Okay, I just texted them. I'm gonna crouch down in the front and see if I can see them. Looking out like the side window, the passenger side window."
Okay.
So if you want to take a look, Tyler, as well.
Yeah, if I can do that without making myself too obvious, like sort of squint out.
Yeah, I'll say that you can do it without a roll.
It's the Caldwells. I know these people. The pastor was round there. Was it yesterday now? I forget what day we're on. It was yesterday, wasn't it?
It was
Last night.
yesterday.
Yeah.
So it's Monday afternoon now, and he came over
Right.
Sunday evening.
Yeah, this effing pastor was there and basically wanted your head. And the mother is a cop. I'm not sure if I can see her, if she's here. I see the father. This is bad. You shouldn't go out.
Okay. Well, I mean, do you want to get out? Because in that case, I'm just gonna leave.
Well, I shouldn't be seen here either. Maybe you can drop me off somewhere else.
You need some people to do the ritual with you to use the weapon. Like, unless you want to take at least 40 years off of your own life.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. I mean, Wayne's gonna come for me and probably kill me otherwise. How am I gonna get these people to perform a ritual with me? They're God-fearing Christian idiots.
She's looking conflicted at this point. Would you like her to stay to try to help you?
Oh yeah, I definitely
Okay.
need help at this point.
Okay. If you want her to stay, then you will need to do an influence other.
All right. Let's have a go. That's a complete failure.
Yeah. Okay. She looks at you and says, like you said, I can't help you. I'm sorry. If they are
Right.
trying to bring me into the pastor, and he is going to kill me.
I get it. And I get this boot up my ass and she kicks me out of the back of the car.
Essentially, she's, trying to get you
Yeah.
out so that she can leave.
Yeah. All right. I've got this. I can handle this.
Okay.
I've got a great explanation.
Okay. So one of the doors in the back opens, and Tyler, you get out,
Yeah.
and you come face to face with the Caldwell car, and George and Angelica are in there.
Didn't they go into the building? Is it not?
Jessica and Angelica.
Jessica and Genesis went in.
Or no, George.
Well,
And,
it's George and
Or
George.
George and, sorry. So Jessica and Angelica are still in the car. Sorry.
Yes.
Right. Well, I will try to look as if I completely belong here and everything is going to plan as the door slams behind
Okay.
me and probably the van takes off.
It does indeed.
Yeah. And I will just dust myself down as if nothing unusual is happening and wander over to the, I don't know, the driver's seat over there. I'm trying to look for Jessica, I suppose, the mother. Hi.
Tyler, what are you doing here? Who
You
is
got
that?
a fucking nerve.
She went that away. That's the woman you're after. She basically took me
Did you
hostage and
tell?
now she's...
What the? She's just stuttering and trying. She's angry at you, fuming.
I got a message from somebody and they told me to come here and then I was kind of captured by this... There she goes, the abortionist. That's your chance to catch her.
I immediately start texting Dad and Genesis. She's outside. She just left. Come quickly.
Jessica quickly takes a photo of the back of the van.
Yeah, I didn't think
And
that.
yeah, so Genesis and George, you get a text saying that,
Yep.
What has happened. So
What
if you
the?
want to come back out.
God, and I just ran out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do too.
Yeah.
I think
Jessica-
at that time, oh, sorry,
No,
Angelica would have
no.
gotten out of the car and I think walked around the car and started to kind of slap, kick, and, push, shove Tyler and, accuse him of all the things that come to her mind. And she's just like she doesn't know if it's good or it's just like, so far, everything that happened badly to this family, he was involved in. And now, the only chance that we can redeem ourselves, he fucked it up again. And so she's just, furious at him. Not actively trying to hurt you, but,
I was trying.
slap,
I
slap.
was trying to help.
Well,
I was trying to help.
First, Tyler, what have you done with the jar?
Oh, that's a point. I mean, how big is it? Is it concealable or is it obvious?
It is fairly obvious. You would need to have a bag, some sort of a tote or a bag to conceal it.
I usually wear a rucksack because I'm on my bike everywhere, so
Okay.
I automatically always get a haversack with me.
Okay.
I probably stuck it in there.
Yeah, that's fine. But it is glass, so you'll just have to be careful.
And it's got a fetus inside it, right?
It does, yeah.
Yeah. Was this fetus moving? I mean, was it animated?
No.
Or...
No, it was not.
At least that. Yeah, so I'm trying to talk my way out of this beating by saying, look, I set her up for you guys, but she twigged you were coming, and let's go. We have no time to waste. Let's follow her quickly, and I'll try and get into the car.
Okay.
If Angelica will let me.
Jessica will come out and be like, Angelica, stop. I understand, but I agree. Let's everybody get in the car and let's try to follow her.
I know where she's going, I lie.
Okay. Genesis and George,
You need me.
come down at this point? So.
I had no idea that Tyler was out there because I think Angelica just said that.
I didn't say.
You explain while we drive. How do you should take the wheel?
I think for me, I would. When I see Tyler out there, I'm just going to be really upset, or I just think, yeah, he said he knew the abortionist, and then suddenly this thing isn't happening, and I'm just gonna go over there and try and shove him to the ground.
That's my sister.
Okay.
I just go like, you asshole! It was all your fault.
Look, I set her up for you. I lured her here because I knew you'd be coming.
Oh, stop talking! You're always trying to talk all this bullshit to people, and
just get off my back, will you, and get off your high and mighty horse.
And then
Jesus.
I kind of punch him as he says that.
Okay.
Can we just get in the car?
Okay. Are you trying to actually hurt him, Genesis, or what's your intention here?
Yeah, I think I'm just genuinely really upset with him, and I've seen him at first of all the protest where I was really shocked at what he had done, and then he said he had fixed things, but he hadn't, obviously. And so I just had enough of this nonsense, and I just want to just shut him up, basically.
Okay. Well, Roll for violence then, Genesis.
Roll for violence.
Okay.
Oh, gee.
Tyler clearly picked the wrong day to wear a glass jar in his backpack.
Is that a critical hit?
It's not. There's no such thing as like a critical hit here. However, yeah, you.
Do I get
So
a
sh-
chance to defend myself at least?
I'm going to say that that is a very strong roll. So
Yeah.
yeah, she gets you good in the face. Um,
Ow.
let's do. Oh, where's my? I've misplaced all my notes and stuff. Anyway, yeah. How about you do a endure injury, please?
Alrighty.
We'll have no penalties on this one.
Injury. Okay. So you said penalties? Do I have to adjust anything?
No penalties on it, on this one.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well, kind of.
The I think I'm going to give you a serious wound here.
Ooh.
She broke your nose.
Oh, thanks a lot.
And so at seeing this, Jessica rolls down the window and says, "Everybody, get the hell in the car. Let's go. We don't have time for this."
And I was hoping that Genesis would sit in between me and Tyler, but I think that is going to be up front, and then like I will squeeze next to Tyler, or Tyler's in the middle, and we both just hit him from both sides continuously, like the whole drive. Yep, I like that.
And like pouring with blood everywhere. As well. My foot's just bleeding.
Yeah, you try to, one of us gets in each, and then like just goes on the other side, so you have to be in the center. There's no way for you, Al.
So
Ow.
Jessica is going to yell from the front seat, like, guys, stop this, okay? Stop it. Tyler, where is she going?
And I'll just make up some bullshit destination because I have no idea. So I'm just going to go
Okay.
out of town, that direction, turn left at the crossroads and
Okay.
follow the haystacks. And
I'd like to read a person.
Okay. On Tyler?
Yeah. This is very sketchy. I kind of am agreeing with Genesis and Angelica here.
Well, you punching me as well.
So that's a full success. You have 2 questions.
Are you lying? And
Yes, I'm lying. I don't know where she's going.
and how can I get you to come clean about what's going on here
You could stop
with your
daughters from
relationship with
beating me up.
So
I mean, how you?
I turn around a bit. I'm shaking. I'm trying to remain composed. I say, "Girls, leave him be." And I just turn around in my seat and look at Tyler and say, "Enough of this bullshit, Tyler. I don't know what you're up to, but I don't believe you're on our side on this one."
I am on your side,
So-
but
Shut the fuck up. What did you tell that? What did you tell that woman?
I told her that the pastor and the law are after her and she should get out of town. I know her from way back in the day. She's a mutual friend of a deceased friend of mine. And I didn't want mob justice, like a lynching to take place, so I didn't know you were coming, but I guessed it might be you. And I said, look, it's probably a setup. You should probably just leave now.
I shake my head and turn back around, and I don't know how we find her, honey.
Well, what about you, George? Are you okay with handing this woman over to a obviously psychotic man who wants to kill her? What about the rule of law?
I honestly don't give a I don't give a shit at this point about what happens to her. I only care about what happens to the four of us.
Well, your daughters are okay now. No thanks to you. Great father you've been to them. Come on, give it your best shot. Bang.
I think
I'm just
okay.
I'm just shaking.
Okay. I think at this point, Jessica stops the car and she locks all the doors, child lock, make sure nobody can get out. And she turns around. Everybody, shut the fuck up. Okay? Stop hitting Tyler. You're fucking adults, okay? Look, we've lost her, okay? Genesis had to bop Tyler in the nose, so, didn't have time to catch her. It's a good punch, but don't do it again, okay?
Okay,
Listen.
Mom.
Tyler, I think we need your help with whatever the fuck is going on here. The pastor threatened us. I'm afraid that at this point we're going to have to protect ourselves somehow. I don't know how we're going to find this Eve. And George, I know you're frustrated, but I do care what happens to this person. I don't want to give somebody over to die. I don't. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drive us to our house. And we're going to sit down, all of us together, and figure something out. Okay?
Shouldn't we rather go somewhere not where the pastor is coming? Or at least where he doesn't know where we are? Angelica says very squeezy.
Mm-hmm.
Because she still doesn't want to confront him.
That's probably a good idea. Tyler, can we go to your house?
Sure, if you just stop beating me up.
Girls, stop beating up Tyler, please.
Touched him, since you said the last thing you said.
Okay. We're going to go to Tyler's house. We're going to sit down and figure this out. Tyler, I really want you to start telling us the truth. And telling us what we need to do.
Yeah, sure.
He gets one last kind of nudge to the side with this nonchalant answer. Because Angelica is he should really pay attention because Mom has a gun. And so does she. But he doesn't. She doesn't say that.
Okay.
All right already.
Okay. So Jessica turns back around and she drives off to Tyler's place. Now, you get to Tyler's. Tyler, your parents are not home. They're off to work again. So, again, the place is empty.
Mm-hmm.
Tyler, are you doing anything sneaky to try to avoid this, or are you just going along with it?
No, I'm just gonna go along at this point. I think we're all on the same side, basically. So yeah, I'll
Okay.
just go along.
Okay. So, yeah, you all go inside, probably go into the living room or something. And
Yeah, I might, clean my face up a bit, wash some of the blood off,
yeah.
get a change of shirt.
Okay.
I'm not saying very much. I'm kind of just clenching and unclenching my fists. I'm still very, very angry. But I also don't want to contradict Jessica's wishes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll come down from my room wearing a not blood-stained shirt, and I say, okay, this is what I know. That woman, Eve, was the girlfriend of a good friend of mine, Wayne, who died about 2 years ago. He died on a fire. I think somebody torched his house, and I think that somebody was connected to the church. I don't know their motives exactly, but I suspect that he got on the wrong side of the Reverend and they dealt with him. I mean, that guy is
I can't believe that. I can't believe the Reverend just goes around burning people's houses. And I mean, I can
he
see.
doesn't do it himself. He doesn't get his hands dirty. He just sends his goons. What about you, Genesis? Who do you think attacked you?
I immediately try to look at Genesis and try to motion to her, like, just calm down, be calm, whatever you say now, keep calm, because she initially kind of instigated the same idea, but now her being on rage, she just tries to be very cautious now.
Yeah, at this point in time, I'm just sort of thinking back to the night when this incident happened, and I clearly kind of just piece it together, or like to link the voices to James and Martin, even if it may not have been, but I'm just like doing that in my head, and I'm kind of zoned out. And I'm kind of like this, like when you're in this state where you're kind of coming out of your body and just depersonalizing yourself. And I say in a very calm way, of course I know it was James and Martin. And I have this creepy smile on my face.
I think I'm gonna need to roll to keep it together.
Okay. George, roll to keep it together.
George.
And I want Tyler to roll for your disadvantage, please.
Okay.
So, George, what condition are you taking? Success with complications.
I think I become guilt-ridden because here I have been working with these people and kind of going, complicitly going along with this story that they've told, and if they've really been manipulating us the whole time, and this is,
Yeah.
what caused so much trauma to Genesis. I'm yeah. I say to her, Jen, I'm so sorry. I've been working with them and this whole time and going, I had no idea.
It's okay, Dad. I'm fine.
We have to stop them. I'm just racking my brain, thinking about what I can do.
I tried to roll my disadvantage twice and nothing's happened. Can I roll on a category instead, or?
Let me try to roll it here.
Oh, hang on, I forgot the
the
some
modifier?
modifiers. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, got a 10.
Okay. So good. Nothing happens yet. So carry on.
Yeah. Where were we? Yeah, I mean, I've told the story, really. It's like I knew this guy, he was a good friend, and that was his ex, or his girlfriend. She was his ex when he was killed. Somebody set fire to his house, and he was killed in the fire. And I think the church was behind it. And that's why I told her to get out of town once I knew you were closing in on her, because I don't really know her, but I kind of owe her one.
Why do you owe her one? Did you
Well,
owe
because...
Wayne something?
So what was that?
Did you feel in debt to Wayne somehow, or
Yeah, man, he was
responsible
my
for what
best
happened to him?
friend, and he got murdered by that church, I think. And I mean, she was just trying to help with the abortions, you know. She thought she was doing people a service. I don't think she had any ill will. I didn't want to see her get locked up, and I certainly didn't want to see her get turned over to that psychotic priest. That's my story.
Is anybody? I'm tempted to. I'm tempted to read A Person Again. I'm
Okay.
pretty skeptical.
What, you don't believe me? You don't believe me now?
Before you do that,
Okay.
you're all sitting in the living room discussing things. Tyler, you start to feel cold, which is strange because it's Phoenix in the summer and the temperature outside is in the hundreds.
Yeah.
You feel a chill come over you. In fact, everybody feels it. You all feel
Ooh,
this chill.
is that my disadvantage? Did I feel a chill that night in the graveyard?
No, not really.
Okay.
But the living room starts to change around you. It starts to change into a different living room. The living room of an apartment. Tyler, you would recognize this living room. You've been there before. It would be Wayne's living room.
Mm-hmm.
And as you guys are looking at all of this change in front of you, in front of you, you see just appearing men starting to beat up another man in this apartment. There are about 5 who are kicking and punching the man on the floor. You recognize the man on the floor. Well, Tyler does, as Wayne. The rest of you recognize 2 of the people who are beating him up as James and Martin, plus maybe a couple of other security personnel that you've seen around the church. And after some kicking and some basically just beating the shit out of this man, James looks at him and says, Wayne, and slaps him on the face. Wayne, does this help you remember? Tell us where she is. And then Martin on the other side says, he won't tell you. This is useless. And then Wayne on the floor coughs up some blood and starts to laugh. It is useless. I'm not telling you shit. At this, Martin and James step over to the sides of the apartment and take red canisters and start dumping their contents all over Wayne and all over the apartment. You can actually smell the gasoline that they're pouring all over the place. James pulls out a lighter and says, it's nothing personal. Not for us. And then Martin pours the last bit of the gasoline over Wayne and says, one way or another, you just had it coming, asshole. They throw the canisters at him and they start to walk away. And James drops the lighter. And you see the entire place go up. And you watch Wayne burn alive. You can hear his screams. You can smell the burning flesh, the burning wood. It starts to get smoky in the room. I need to keep it together from everybody, please. Genesis has a full success. Tyler,
Good
success
for
with
her.
complications.
So do I. Angelica as well.
Angelica as well. George, did you go?
Oh yes,
Oh.
That's a
I
four.
am-
I got a 4.
Okay, there it is. Yeah, so that's that's a failure. Um, okay. Let's start. So, Genesis, tell me what's going through your mind with this success.
Well, for me, it's nothing new. I assumed that it would be James and Martin, and it was. And I'm just so focused on those two assholes, in my mind, that I will do anything to get to them. So I'm just ignoring everything that's sort of happening in front of me.
Okay. And then Tyler and Angelica. Let's start with let's start with Angelica. What's your condition?
I was thinking sad because it's more so that she suddenly realizes that Tyler, went through shit himself, and maybe it was a bit unfair to judge him that quickly. And so it's like this sad, but sad for him, in a sense of that she's understanding his, his sadness. That's what I'm going for.
Okay. Tyler, what's your condition and why?
I think I'm gonna get angry because I actually see these assholes doing what I already knew they did, and I'm just furious, and I want revenge.
Okay. And George. I want to ask you. I think I know why this is a failure for you. You tell me what you're thinking.
I just didn't want to believe that James and Martin and the other security guys were capable of this. Like, I spent hours with them. They were my friends, like, my colleagues at the church. Yeah, all these people that have been against the pastor, I just thought they were wrong and misguided them. And I mean, my art, I put my heart and soul into those murals that I painted at the church, and it was for people like this. It makes me want to go do the same thing to the church that they just did to Wayne's apartment. But I don't know if I really appreciate that everyone else is seeing this. I just think, again, just like what happened in Angelica's room a few nights ago, this is just further signs of me losing it and not being able to function as a father. And
Okay. I'm going to say this is -4 for you, George.
so that reduces me to broken.
It does. Okay. We will take care of that in 1 second. So, The scene in front of you is this man screaming and dying, burning up into flames. The flames momentarily engulf the entire scene in front of you, and then almost as quickly dissipate into smoke. And the smoke dissipates into nothing. And Tyler, you can hear, actually Tyler and Angelica, you can hear in the back of your mind Wayne laughing and saying, "Vengeance. Bring me vengeance." Now, does anybody do anything, or are you all just kind of sitting there?
I think I would say, did anybody else just see that? The burning apartment?
Sure. I just kind of say it really calm and coldly.
Yeah, that was my buddy Wayne. And those were the pastor's men.
What's new?
What's new is that we have to stop this psychopath.
So Jessica is just sitting there with her eyes wide. She kind of looks catatonic at this point. This is a little much for her to handle. Okay.
Well, you guys have got a date with him, right? Deliver the abortionist by midnight?
You
I
have
say
one
we
as
go
well.
round there.
You have one as well. He said it was all of us.
Well, yeah. So we go round there and deliver something else. Vengeance.
Vengeance. I like the sound of that.
Good.
We're gonna address George's broken here. So George, how do you think your depression usually manifests? Like what happens to you? What do you do?
Usually I don't want to leave the house. I sleep in. Maybe I'm able to prepare food like breakfast for and dinner for Jessica and the girls, and I compulsively clean the house, but I can't go out. I can't be seen. I can't work. But I think this time it feels different.
Okay.
I just feel such anger and hatred towards the pastor and everyone, and the whole thing is just a big fucking sham, and drag me and the family into their lies. I'm not really listening to what anybody's saying around me.
Yeah.
I'm trying to piece things back together, but I feel just rage.
Tyler's parents have a drink cabinet in the living room. You have a very, very strong desire to get anything in that cabinet and start drinking it.
Yeah. I get up and I grab a bottle of whiskey and I just drink it straight from the bottle. But I don't know if it dulls my pain as it normally does. It might just remove my inhibitions
Right.
more.
Okay. And with that, you can bring your stability up to anxious. And I want you to switch 2 of your attributes with each other, please.
Yeah, I'm thinking of switching my violence and my charisma, because I think
Okay.
my kindness and sensitivity have kind of shaken up, and I'm just incredibly angry at this point.
Okay. So, everyone, you see George move up to drink some of the whiskey straight out of the bottle. And now everything is back to how it was when you first got here.
I turn and say to everyone, I'm not gonna sit here and fucking wait for him to come after us. Say we go over there and show him what happens when he threatens our family.
I'm with you, George. I think we should go to the church, yeah. And because we're in America, I guess that my parents would have a handgun somewhere.
They are doctors, both of them. Let's do this again. High or low?
Okay, last time I went low and it was a big fail, so I'm gonna go low again.
Low again.
There you go.
Yeah. Ooh, sorry.
God damn it.
It's high.
The only household in America without a gun.
In Phoenix, nonetheless.
Yeah.
Well, your parents are both,
Okay.
they're both,
Academics.
working
Yeah.
at the hospital. They probably
Pacifists.
see a lot of gun violence, so
yeah.
they don't want any part of it.
Right, okay.
Do they have a generator or like any canisters of fuel around?
Probably.
I grab a couple of the bottles of whiskey that are left, and I don't know, I find a shopping bag or something to put them in, and I'm not even really saying anything. I'm just looking around the house at what I could potentially use.
Okay.
Jesus. I think I'm gonna approach Mom while trying to pull Genesis with me. Kind of like a women huddle for a second and just. I know this is stressful, and I don't even know what to think anymore. But this is not the beginning of that again, right? This is just a short moment, right? He's not going to start drinking again, is he? Should we do something? And she's just, I mean, she's still sad from the scene earlier, so she's
Yeah.
still kind of emotionally a bit attacked.
I don't know, sweetheart. I think I think your father is right. We need to do something about this.
What was it? If the prophet doesn't come to the mountain comes to the prophet or something?
Right.
Something like that.
You're okay with that, Mom? This is anything but a passive. This. Are you sure that this is not gonna take your career and everything?
I feel like if we don't do what the pastor says, I'm not going to have a career to speak of. Neither is your father. He could ruin chances for you two to do anything in here as well. He's got connections. He could ruin this family, right?
Yeah. I think she's just.
If he
She
doesn't kill us.
She doesn't want to see that perspective.
I mean, we don't have the abortionist. We're pretty much done for anyway, so what's the difference in going there?
Angelica's head just sighs. Kind of gets up. No, she doesn't look up. Just I'm sorry. I did all of this. I should have talked to you earlier.
Angelica, you can grieve later. Right now, I need your head in the game.
That's, I think, when she looks up and wipes her tears. Okay, Mom. I'll do my best.
Yeah.
And she hands the backpack to Genesis. Maybe you can hold on to this. I don't think I can carry this at the moment.
I kind of give Angelica a knowing look, and I take her hand as well, and I squeeze it like a little kind of code, like. Yeah.
She squeezes back.
Yeah.
I think at this point, Jessica stands up. She walks over to George and kind of takes you by the shoulders and says, George, I think we need a plan. We need to discuss a plan first, and then we're going to go and deal with this. I think you're right.
We don't know what he's capable of. We need whatever weapons we can get our hands on.
I agree. So,
I'll do whatever it takes to bring him down, and for you and the girls to get through this.
yeah, we'll do whatever it takes for the girls.
So I'm kind of walking around taking an inventory of whatever flammable substances and
Okay.
things I could use and fit into the trunk of the car.
Tyler, what are you doing?
Yeah, when I hear this from George, I say, well, we just stop off at the nearest Walmart or hardware store and get ourselves tooled up. This is America. We can buy guns wherever we want. And I think we should pull no punches. I'm serious. These guys have to be taken down. I'm gonna go and get me a shotgun.
I think you're right, Tyler.
Get it
It's
on
the
a 2-for-1
American way.
sale.
Yeah. Buy a can of soda and get a free shotgun.
That's right.
Yeah, that's a serious proposition, though. He says, like, we should get tooled up, and I'm gonna get myself a gun. And then we head over to the church and take this goddamn pastor down. Before
Okay.
he takes us down.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Everybody is in agreement?
Yep, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tyler, are you doing anything about that fetus?
I don't really know what to do with it. It's still in the backpack. I'm just leaving it there for now. I'm not quite sure how it fits into the whole scheme
Okay.
of things.
Well, so just a reminder that the ritual that Eve told you in order to be able to use it, it takes the actual ritual takes about an hour, and you need to be in like a place to do it. And again, you'll need to drain some life from people.
Yeah.
So,
And what would be the result of the ritual then? This is to transfer the soul into the fetus, or?
basically, oh, sorry. Another thing I should tell you about what needs to happen with this weapon is that you do need something of the pastor's as well in order for it to work.
Mhm.
Like hair, a nail clipping, something like that.
Does he need
Some-
to be alive?
If it's an inanimate object, it needs to be small and very, very meaningful to the pastor.
Yeah, but I mean, can I do it when he's already been shot, or has he got to be still living?
Oh, I mean, you can do it when he's hurt. Yeah, it's just you there. So you need to do a ritual in order to bind the. You need to do the pre-ritual and drain some life force from people to put it into the fetus. So once that's done, once that ritual is done, then the fetus is ready for you to basically you just need to put something of your target into its mouth, and then it will maybe cause harm.
Okay.
It requires a roll. So
Yeah.
you don't have to use it. If it's not worth it to you to try to do the ritual, then you don't have to. But
Yeah, I'll think about that on the way over. Yeah.
okay. Okay. So we're going to montage this. Everybody getting into the car. You take one car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe we.
would fit.
Hmm?
Yeah, we
Yep.
would fit in a family SUV or whatever.
Right. Yeah. So, we hear Eye of the Tiger playing in the background for this montage. Going to Walmart, checking out a shotgun, getting various other things.
Crowbars, sledgehammer.
Right. I'm going to say we're going to take a 10-minute break. And you guys can spend a little time thinking about exactly what you want to bring and what you want to do for this showdown. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you. So, back in 10 minutes. Hello, and welcome back to the actual play of Judgment for Kult Divinity Lost. So, where we left off before the break is a montage of everybody getting stuff to have this confrontation with Pastor Richard Ward. So, you've had a little bit of time to think about the things that you want for this confrontation. You don't need to write them down or anything, but I'll just go around and people can kind of list things off. If it gets a little too crazy, like as in you wouldn't conceivably be able to fit this into your family minivan, or if people are going to get suspicious when you roll out of Walmart with like 10 guns and all this other stuff, like then I'll kind of cut it off. But like reasonable amount of stuff, you're welcome to bring if you like. So let's start with Angelica. And also how you're feeling, what you're thinking about this.
Great. Just another family trip to the beach, right? So where we go. Gonna be beautiful and fun and joyful. No, she feels devastated. She is emotionally torn, primarily because the revelations of the parts of secrets that she learned and the parts that she held back to the others, the abortionist, everything what transpired in the last 24, 48 hours, 72 hours, seem a bit overwhelming. And I think for her, it is one of the major things is that at the moment, she believes that her getting the abortion was the beginning of the downfall of the whole family. And just as everything was kind of okay and everything was fine, I mean, it was only that she suffered and that she didn't like the situation where Genesis and George felt, well, her mom had Jessica had a steady job and everything was fine. Not that she ever talked about that she's hunting an abortionist, and which would probably have resulted in a different decision that she would have taken, but she still believes that a lot of this is her fault, and I think that's also reflected in how she behaves while we're on the shopping spree montage. Very reclusive, holding back, and just carrying stuff, not really making decisions to buy stuff because she has, first of all, no idea she doesn't even know what a safety on a gun is and how to use it. She pointed that out earlier. All of this is a bit too much for her, and yeah, she feels guilty that her family needs to resort to basically murder because she fucked up, and she doesn't want to say anything, and she's just reclusive in that, retreating back into herself, because it is a very awful one could say that she sees this as the judgment of her wrongful decision of not telling anyone about wanting the abortion, and so she's dealing with that as best as she can.
Okay. Well, so we'll move on to Genesis. So what are you getting on this little shopping spree? And then what are you thinking? How are you feeling?
I think for me, I would be mostly thinking about how I would love to crush James and Martin's faces. I don't really think so much about the pasta, or I'm just kind of putting it to the back of my head. more, and these two are just coming to the forefront. But I'm trying to kind of like look as if I'm agreeing to the whole plan against the pastor. And at the same time, I am grabbing a blowtorch and hairspray, because I saw that in a video on YouTube somewhere that someone tried to do this against like a wasp nest or something like this, and they were successful, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna try that. So I kind of get those two things, and I excuse me, I turn over to Angelica, and I see that she's kind of like hanging back a bit. And
She's holding the blowtorch and the hairspray, and she's just looking at you wide-eyed. I think we need to monitor your YouTube access.
Come on. I mean, it wasn't even restricted. You know, you don't have to be 18 and above to watch that video. You could watch it too. And I kind of laugh it off, and I gesture to, you know, some baseball bats by the section that we're at, and I look at Angelica and I say, "What do you think?" And I'm motioning to you as if like I'm encouraging you to get something for yourself.
I think she gets the idea and the gesture, but I think she's just overwhelmed by your precision, by your task making, your effectiveness in making these decisions, and she is actually a bit frightened of you. That little sister somehow turned out to be, I was the one dabbling in the occult and stuff and trying to be like this goth type of thing, but actually you are the much more hardcore motherfucker. And I'm like, wow, what the fuck? So yeah, I might go over there, but I just don't think she will get anything. Like, unless you pick out something for her, she's just gonna follow along and carry the baskets or the cart, or push the cart.
Yep, so I kind of look at Angelica and I interpret this as she's not really liking my choice for her, and she's kind of having a hard time making a decision. So I go over to the kitchen section and I just grab like one of the kitchen knives from there, and I just put it in the trolley. And I just kind of give her a squeeze on the shoulder and say, "Come on now, let's just get out of here."
She smiles and just follows along because she's dreading to use that knife soon.
Okay. Tyler, what are you up to? What are you thinking? How are you feeling?
Well, I'm kind of in a bit of a rage. What I will do is I will first of all go to a till and buy a hacksaw,
Okay.
which I've picked up in the ironmongery section, and perhaps also a trench coat, like a light sort of long coat.
Okay.
And then I will go to a different till and buy a shotgun and a box of 20 cartridges.
Okay.
Shells, for the shotgun.
Mm-hmm.
And then I will just wait for the others at the exit. That's what I've got lined up. I'm going to saw this shotgun off and conceal it in my coat.
Great. Okay. George.
Yeah, I've never felt more alive or more focused than I do now. I'm just, my normal apprehensions and feelings are just numbed out by the anger and the whiskey. And I mean, occasionally I'll think, if I hadn't spent so many years hesitating and equivocating about everything, and stood up and protected my family, we wouldn't have gotten into this situation. But now's the time to make things right. So I'm pushing a cart around, and I picked up, went to the hardware section and bought a roll of duct tape, an X-Acto knife, picked up a sledgehammer and a crowbar, and I also grabbed a shotgun and some ammo. But
Okay.
I'm also thinking that I don't know. I probably got a couple canisters, fuel canisters from the Egerton house, but if not, I'll buy a couple of those too and intend to fill them up at the gas station on the way to the church.
Sounds good. Okay. Jessica.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What is Jessica buying?
Right. So I think Jessica would have she would have gone back to the Caldwell house to she probably has a couple handguns. I don't think she's a shotgun kind of gal. So she just she's brought her handguns and shells or bullets. And I think that's it. I think that's all she'll have. That's what she's most comfortable with. She sees everybody else kind of going Mad Max around here. So I think she's comfortable with leaving the less precise weaponry to everybody else. And she's as far as how she's feeling and what she's thinking, you guys are having a really hard time figuring that out. She's got her poker face on now. You probably saw her inside the Caldwell house checking her guns, and she is very proficient at this. She checked everyone methodically. She put them in all of her various holsters. Like she is a professional. And there we go.
Do we all go back to the house after we've been shopping?
No, I think that we would have gone to the Caldwell house before going to the Walmart and all that stuff. Because, yeah, once you guys are done shopping, you guys are just going straight to the church, right?
Yeah, sure. No, because I'll be like sawing off the barrel of the shotgun in the back of the car with my hacksaw. And I do my best not to screw it up when we're moving.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, so if there's nothing else, let's say that you guys... Go ahead, George.
So I think one difference is when we go to get in the car from the Walmart after we load all our stuff in the trunk, I actually moved to get behind the wheel.
Okay. Jessica is fine with that. She moves automatically to go to the front seat, but if you tell her that it might be a better idea for you to drive, then she'll get into the passenger side.
Yeah, I just say I'll drive, honey. I don't explain myself.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay. So, if there's nothing else, then you guys head to the church. When you get there, you can see the parking lot easily from the road. It's pretty empty. You might see a couple cars scattered here and there, but for the most part, it's pretty empty. It's a Monday. There's no services today it's mostly empty. And it's at nighttime too, so they're probably, well, it's at sunset, so it's about 7 o'clock now in the evening, about sunset in June. What do you guys do? Well, George, you're behind the wheel. Where'd you go?
Yeah, I pull into kind of the farthest corner of the parking lot away from the building.
Mm-hmm.
And I just say, all right, everyone out. And I pop the trunk or whatever so they can get their things. But I kind of just sit there with the car. It's still running.
Okay.
Dad?
Jessica gets out.
Um,
Genesis?
yeah, I'm a bit hesitant, and I'm just like, Dad, do you have something planned, or
Just a little surprise in mind for the pastor. Call it a distraction.
this distraction doesn't involve you getting hurt, right, Dad?
No, it shouldn't, dear. Don't worry.
Okay. And I kind of scoot out a bit.
Okay.
I've also, brought bottles of alcohol from the Egerton home, and I may have gone in and grabbed a bottle or two from our cabinet as well.
Okay.
So, yeah, the fuel, let's say, is in the trunk, and the alcohol is probably just in the back seat probably where I was sitting at the front seat on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
But
Okay.
my idea, once everybody gets out, is to kind of point the car at the front door and somehow jam the accelerator down and jump out and have the car crash into the front of the church.
Yep. I had a feeling. Okay. So Genesis hesitantly got out. Jessica, Tyler?
Yeah, get out of the car, and I've got my trench coat on now, which is a bit weird over my cargo shorts. And I've got my shotgun then sort of concealed in one of the inner pockets, like sort of clutching it to my side. And yeah, I'm just waiting to see what George is up to.
Okay. Angelica?
She gets out and she is concerned, very concerned about her dad. Obviously, I mean, for her, I think she would interpret this a bit more naive because not knowing what his plan is, but she thinks he's going to drive into the building and kill himself in order to set off the explosion. And so she is very I think she's just clutching to Genesis and what is Dad doing? He's not gonna.
He said.
He,
I mean, he said he's not gonna hurt himself. I trust him on that, I think.
I think she's just super terrified and afraid, and she'll go to the window and kind of knock. Dad, don't do anything stupid, Dad. That's.
Don't worry, honey. It'll be fine. And I kind of just look straight ahead. I'm looking straight at the front door.
That's gonna reassure me. I think I'm gonna be even more terrified now. But I hope that Genesis will pull me a bit back to see this wonderful thing happen, because I mean, I do want to see that happening. So
Yep. I kind of realize Angelica is freaking out a bit, and I kind of grab her, and I say, "Dad, you're not gonna hurt yourself, right? You promise? Promise
Don't
us,
worry,
please."
honey.
Don't
Everyone's
worry,
out of the
I'm
car.
looking straight ahead. Oh
And just-
God, this is so terrifying.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just going to grab Angelica and look away at this point.
Yep. So, off you go, George.
Yeah. And
Okay.
I guess this is an act under pressure.
This is indeed an act under pressure. So it's an act under pressure to actually be able to get the car to do what you want, to have the desired effect. And then in order to get out of the way and not, you will also need to do an avoid harm. So this maneuver will cost 2 rolls, is what I'm saying.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, so
And
act
I
under
mean,
pressure
I'm
first.
trying to get out kind of at the last minute just to maximize my chances of the car getting to where it needs to go.
Right.
Shall I roll now?
Please do. Act under pressure. Okay. That's a failure. So my hesitation on this to just like not work at all is that I really want something to happen.
I'm pretty committed also, so I mean it may
Yeah.
be more likely to result in my things happening to me rather than the car
Yeah,
not.
that's what I'm thinking. So, okay. You are stepping on it. And I assume that your plan was going to be throw it in neutral and then dive out of the car.
I was
So-
actually thinking of like with the sledgehammer, like holding the
okay.
accelerator down so it continues to accelerate.
Okay. So let's say that as you're doing this sledgehammer maneuver to keep it down, you get the sledgehammer in place, but you become stuck in the seat. And you're doing your best to try to get out. But yeah, it does not happen. So
Shit.
you, with the car, slam into the front of the church. And I need you to make an endure injury. Endure injury at a -3, please.
All right.
Dad, you promised. Angelica screams as the car wears off.
Ooh, okay. Success with complications, so not too terrible. This is definitely a serious wound. So because the act under pressure was not successful at all, I'm going to say that the Michael Bay explosion that you wanted in the front here does not happen at this point. But you hear glass breaking, like the gasoline or whatever accelerant you got is spilled all over the van. The van is not drivable at all. So it just smells like alcohol and gas in here. You do have a serious wound. You bumped your head. So you have like you're bleeding on your forehead. It's a nasty it's nasty, but you are still alive and you are still able to do stuff. But we're going to hold right there with George. And we're going to go to everybody else who just watched George drive the van into the front of the church. When he does this, you don't see him get out, and he drives into the front of the church with himself in the car into it. So the entire front is made out of glass. So once he does this, all this glass just shatters, and basically most of the lobby is now exposed to the outside. And just there's glass everywhere. The sound that this makes is crazy. So it's pretty. It's you did not do this stealthily. So everybody heard this. What are the three of you? Well, four of you, just because there are two. What are you guys doing?
I'll be kicking Genesis like, I told you, no, Dad, and she's just like starting to run after the car. If Genesis lets her go, or if even she follows her.
Yeah, I'm just going.
Sorry, I'm just going to say that Jessica, like when she saw that George was not getting out of the car, she just started running.
Yeah,
So.
I follow. I run and I scream, Dad, you promised. And just continue screaming that.
Okay. Genesis?
Yeah, at the last minute, I kind of, because I was looking away and I hear this awful scream from my sister, and I turn and I'm like, holy shit! And I go, Dad! And I just run straight up as well.
Okay. Tyler?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull out the shotgun and sort of scan the area, expecting, George, Jim, and Martin, whatever the hell their names are, to come out any minute. So I'm looking out for them.
Okay. Yeah, so the three ladies are running towards the car and George. As you see them running, Tyler, because I think you said you're hanging back and trying to see if there are people around. You see coming out from the sort of amphitheater area where the pastor does his actual sermons. You see James and Martin, the pastor, and Mike all running out to see what happened.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna walk towards them with the shotgun out in front of me. Say, Mike, hang back here. This is none of your concern. The rest of you don't move. And I'll threaten them with the shotgun.
Okay. We'll go back to George. Okay. George, you are in the car. You're in a daze. There's glass and gasoline everywhere and booze. What do you do? You're still kind of stuck in the sledgehammer type situation you have going on.
Yeah, I think I try to get out.
Yeah. Let's get another act under pressure from you, please. Okay. Success with complications. Tell me how you get out of this.
Well, I mean, Yeah, I think I'm either delayed or, I mean, ideally I would be able to get out and recover some of the stuff that I bought at the store, but maybe I'm not
Okay.
able to grab my shotgun or get out and I'm empty-handed or something.
Yeah. I'm going to say everything that you had in the back is either broken because it was glass and it just flew everywhere, or if it's like the canisters of gasoline, they've definitely tipped over. You left them open because you wanted this big explosion type thing, and there's very little left. So you can grab a canister if you want. Shotgun is somewhere. I will need another roll from you to see if you can see it, can find it. But again, so the on the passenger side or through the passenger side window, you see James Martin, Pastor Richard, and Mike come out. So
Should I try and observe the situation roll, maybe? See if there's something I can grab?
So basically with this, you can either grab the canister with barely anything in it, or you can just get out of the car. You can observe a situation after you get out of the car because you've already rolled for.
Yeah, I
that.
get out of the car that's my priority, even if I am empty-handed.
Okay. So you're out of the car. I think your haze is kind of done. We're going to go. So you can roll observe a situation, but we're going to go back to Genesis and Angelica and Jessica. They're running towards you. As you're running towards your dad, you do see the group come out of the church. What do you do?
I'm more concerned, I guess, about where my dad is, what his status is, and I just want to get into the car to see where he is.
Okay. Angelica?
I think she slows down seeing Pastor Ward coming out and the other goons. She reaches kind of to her back, which is where she put that knife that Genesis put out for her. She put it out of the packaging and stuff, but it's like in this like protective sheet, so it's just behind on the back, so that when she pulls it, it doesn't hurt her, but like she can get it out. She just kind of triple checks that it's there, that she can reach it. She puts the kind of thing, the shirt above it or something, and she slows down, and she just fixates on the father.
Okay.
And yeah, is about to yell something.
Okay. So Jessica is doing similarly to Genesis. So Genesis, you're probably following your mom to the driver's side of the car where George has just tumbled out from the door. He seems fine. He's got blood dripping down his face. He's got a wound on his head, but he seems to be doing okay. So Jessica goes up to George and is like, George, holy shit, that was fucking idiotic.
Please, Dad, don't do that again. Don't. Oh, God.
And I'm still, my days. Oh, Fuck. And I kind of just pointing towards where the pastor and James and Martin are walking. Watch out. Just,
Yeah, I know. Shit, where the fuck is Angelica? And she turns and she sees you out in the open, right? You're not taking cover. Right.
Nope.
Okay.
I walk, slow down, and continue to walk to
Okay.
get to the pastor.
Before you have a chance to say anything, you hear Tyler say, what did you say, Tyler? When you pointed the gun?
I think I said something like, just like, nobody move, stay where you are, Mike, get out of the way,
Okay.
and level the shotgun at them.
Okay. When you say that, Mike definitely cowers. He just like kind of crouches on the ground, puts himself into a ball. And the pastor, James and Martin, look at you. And the pastor puts up his hands and says, "Oh, Tyler, my boy, what is this all about?"
You tell me, Pastor. I see through your lies. Don't make another move or I'm gonna blow you away.
I've got my hands up, Tyler. I'm not moving. And he looks behind him at at James and Martin. And he says to them, "Put your guns down. Let's listen to the boy. Let's hear him out."
Alright, well, I will probably, if they do that, if they're not making any threatening moves towards me, I will say, admit that you killed Wayne. Admit that you firebombed his house. I know what's going on here.
Angelica, are you doing anything, saying anything? Or are you just watching?
Well, I was about to say something, but I think Dan, hearing Tyler behind me, or walking past me probably, because I will stop if I hear this, and I'll let him proceed. And I'm just, standing there, looking to the group and see what he does and how the pastor reacts, because, that's it.
Okay. George, you kind of have your senses back. Jessica had some sort of like handkerchief or tissue, and she wiped some of the blood from your face so that you can see. What you guys are hearing this conversation unfold. Is there anything that you are doing?
I did start my observe a situation,
Right.
and I got a partial success. So I was looking at what can I use to my advantage,
Okay.
probably as a weapon.
As a weapon. Okay. You know that your shotgun is in the car, and you can. It seems that Tyler is kind of holding their attention for the time being, and they haven't really noticed you. So if you are quiet about it, you can probably open the back door of the car and try to find your shotgun.
Yeah, I do that.
Okay. This will be act under pressure because you want to stay quiet, but you do get a +1 from your successful observe situation.
Okay. Oh, sorry, I did +1. I think it's supposed to be 1.
Yeah. So you don't
I'll
have to
try
roll
again.
again. I can see you.
Oh,
the
you see what I
result.
rolled?
Yeah. So yeah, that's a 15, 16, 15. It's a 16. So that's a complete success. Yeah. So you're able to, it's a minivan, so I think it has a sliding side door.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you get that open, and the shotgun is just on the floor in the back. It's got some of the booze and other things on it, and it smells. The smell is strong back here, but yeah, your gun's right there.
I'm just gonna. I mean, I presume I loaded it before we left. I'm
Yeah.
going to prepare to shoot.
Okay. Genesis, what are you doing?
I'm taking the blowtorch and the hairspray out of the backpack that I have. And I don't know if I can do this, but I also wanted to add on to what Tyler said. And yell at the pastor and his security personnel and say, admit that you did this to me that night.
Okay. I do think you should roll for your disadvantage while we're at it. And we'll see if that changes anything.
It's a failure.
Ooh. It is a failure. Okay. So, yeah. You are acting in line with your disadvantage, so you don't have to roll any keep it together. However, if you do anything besides seek your revenge, as in if somebody on your side is hurt and you try to help them, you're going to have to roll keep it together in order to do that. So anything besides getting to James and Martin. Are you adding the pastor to this oath of revenge at this point?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Okay. Genesis, you yelled out, "Tell me why you did this to me." But when Tyler said, sorry, Tyler, what did you ask them again? Why did you do this to Wayne?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was it.
Okay. So, Pastor has his hands up, and you ask him about Wayne, and he's about to speak. Genesis calls out from the side, "Oh, well, look at that. We've got the whole family here, don't we? What a special moment this is. Listen, I don't know about your Wayne friend. I don't know who that is. But if he acted against the church, then I'm sure judgment was put upon him. And after he says this, he snaps his fingers.
Snapping fingers is never good.
Right. Genesis. He looks over at the car. Genesis, are you making yourself visible?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. He starts to walk towards you very slowly, taking a step or two. My dear Genesis, it's disappointing to see yourself aligned with this hysteria. He looks at Angelica. He stops moving. He looks at Angelica and Tyler. Look, I'm fine with you guys being here a couple hours early. Just hand over this abortionist. And we can be done with this whole thing.
I'm gonna shoot him.
Okay. When you press on your gun, it clicks.
I loaded this damn thing. What?
When you look at the gun, it looks like a toy now.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like it's plastic. It's strange. But it just clicks.
Can I
Now,
attempt to shoot mine?
Yes. It just
Okay.
clicks. And again, now that you take a look at it, it also looks plastic.
At this point, I'm really angry that I haven't gotten any answers, and I'm just gonna run up to James and Martin, and want to attempt, I guess, to blowtorch whatever their face is off, and
Okay.
I'd like to also use my advantage for that.
Okay. Yes. So roll for your advantage first.
Okay.
Complete success. Very good. So you can use, how many edges is that? 3. You can use your 3 edges at any point during this scene. So what, you want to use an edge now?
Yeah, I'm basically screaming and kind of going up to them and saying, tell me, what the fuck you did to me? and trying to blowtorch them with the
Okay.
hairspray thing.
Okay. Are you using frantic then? As one of your edge? Are you using an edge? I guess is what I
Yep.
should ask.
Yep.
Frantic? Or
Yeah.
eager?
Mm,
So
I would say frantic.
Okay.
Yeah.
With that, you're only going to be able to get to one of them because they are standing at either side of the pastor.
Okay.
And also, so right as you're about to do this, James and Martin, and after they heard the click of Tyler's gun, they take out their guns and try to shoot, but it's also just clicks. So, okay, we start to see Genesis run with the hairspray and blowtorch. Is anybody else doing anything at the same time?
I guess if my gun doesn't shoot, I'm gonna use it as a club and try to club down one of the two bodyguards, perhaps the one that's not being attacked by Genesis.
Okay. Angelica?
Yeah, it's yes and no. I think it's a bit like this didn't turn out the way she thought it would, and I think it just in that moment takes her back. She doesn't do anything. She's just getting her thoughts together, but she's terrified by how this is unraveling.
Okay. George?
I think I'm looking for something else. I can use like a bottle that, even if it's broken, I can use this kind of a broken bottle, something I can throw.
Okay. Yeah, there's plenty of broken bottles in here. You can take the neck of it and throw it.
Yeah.
There's also the sledgehammer if you want to use that at any point. So,
Well, I mean, Genesis running up is alarming. I think I'd grab the sledgehammer.
okay. And at this point, Jessica was also trying to start shooting once the guns were out, and her guns also just click. And she tries them all, and they all seem to be useless. She throws one of them on the ground, and it doesn't sound like metal, it sounds like plastic. Okay, so Genesis, which bodyguard are you going after? James or Martin?
Let's say Martin.
Okay. You go after Martin with your blowtorch and your hairspray. And you get him. Sorry, you said frantic?
Yep.
Okay. So, yeah, you get right up to him, and I need you to. Yeah, I need you to roll violence, please.
Yep.
Complete success. So, you burn the shit out of this guy's face. You get him right in the face. He is screaming, and I assume you just keep going.
Yeah, at this point, I'm kind of just seeing red, and I just want him to suffer everything I suffered that night, and I just kind of just yell at him, still trying to tell him why he did this to me. How does it feel? And all this stuff.
Okay. Tyler, I need you to also roll for violence for attacking James.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with a plastic gun, this is going to go well. That's a fail.
That is a fail. So, you... There we go. You go after James, and even though he's momentarily distracted by Martin's face being burned off and his gun being plastic, he is still a very highly trained professional bodyguard. So he has crazy reflexes, and he basically grabs the gun he grabs the gun while you're still holding it, and he bops you in the face with it and pulls it away. Endure injury, please.
Mm-hmm. That's a success.
Success. Okay. So he tries to bop you in the face, and he probably skims your face more so than actually gets you square. So you are okay, and you can still do a move. What would you like to do next? So you're kind of grappling with him at this point.
Yeah, I would get the dagger out. It's still sort of down the side of my jeans.
Okay.
Pull out the dagger and try to slash his throat with it, because you can't disarm a dagger, surely.
Okay. We will get to that after George. Who are you throwing the bottle at?
Actually, I grabbed the sledgehammer.
You grab the sledgehammer. Okay. What do you do?
I'm going to kind of run and try to smash Pastor Ward in the skull.
Okay. Yeah. So let's have you do, because you're behind the car and they know that you're there, I need you to first do a act under pressure so that you can get to the pastor.
A little fancy footwork.
Ooh.
Not so fancy.
Not so fancy. I'm going to say that you have a concussion. So when you try to run with the sledgehammer, it completely throws you off balance. When you're running, you start to get dizzy, and you're going to collapse basically next to Angelica.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I can't do this. I just really fall to the ground. I could have just grabbed my head.
I think Jessica also... No, actually, Jessica has gone to the other side of the car, and she's trying to stay hidden at this point. Angelica, do you do anything?
She sees this unfold, and she kind of looks around and is kind of overtaken by this, and she just yells out, "Master Ward, I've come here for a different reason. I come to seek forgiveness for the decision I made, and I do deeply regret it. I know as a young woman I've sinned against God and your teachings of faith. I don't know how my conscience can bear this any longer. Father, I need you to guide me, to help me. I know I take full responsibility for my action, and I am truly sorry for the pain and suffering that my decision has caused, but I ask for your forgiveness. Father, please. She kind of walks a couple of steps, drops to her knee. I need your guidance. I need this pain, I need counsel to find a way to redemption. I want to reconcile with God and seek his forgiveness. She kind of bends even further, lower down, trying to indicate that she's, actually trying to give him some appreciation, trying to get his full and undivided attention.
Okay. Pastor Ward, at this point, has not moved at all, except to bring his hands down and is just looking at the carnage happening around him. And he's got a very pleasant smile on his face. Before we do what we're going to do with Angelica, Tyler, you have one more violence roll against, you had James. So.
Right, yeah, so I basically whip out the dagger and try to stab him.
Yeah.
But violence is not my forte. Let's see what happens. That's a fail, that's a total fail.
Yep.
I probably dropped the dagger trying to pull it out of my jeans, it's like, whoops.
Yeah. You drop the dagger. And James sees it drop, and then he basically pulls a maneuver to get your hands behind your back and has you restrained now. He also pulls out, he's got some zip ties, and he zip ties your arms behind you.
Great.
And is holding on to you. And this is when Angelica is talking to the pastor. Well, hold on. I think we need to go to Genesis quickly first. Because Genesis, Martin is on the ground, and if you just keep blowtorching him, his screams eventually quiet, and his movements stop. Do you keep going?
Yeah, and I think at the point where he stops, I just say, you had it coming, asshole. And I just start crying.
Okay.
At this point.
I would like I think I need a round of keep it togethers for witnessing Genesis just barbecue this guy with hairspray and a blowtorch, and then basically
Is there some sort of like maybe modifier, because I knew what she was gonna do, and I mean I saw her shopping for this stuff, and I tried to avert my eyes from her to like not really look in that direction. I know I heard the screams, but maybe just like a little bit of no. Okay,
I don't think so.
yeah.
It was hard to miss.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
it was indeed hard to miss.
Okay.
It's a success with complication.
Yeah. Okay. Tyler got a fail. I'm going to have you lose 2 stability, please, Tyler. George, you got a success. Are you just too concussed to understand what's going on, or are you cheering Genesis on?
I'm cheering Genesis on. This is all cool. She's
All right.
chip off the old block.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Angelica, pick a condition, please.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna hate myself, but I will be distracted. Obviously, like a guy screaming in agony and pain.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not gonna help in my efforts of what I'm trying to do.
Right. Okay. So, as the last cries of pain silence, Angelica, you make this plea to the pastor. And you drop to your knees.
Yep. Bowing my head.
Mm-hmm.
There's gonna be some crying, some sobbing, clearly in my voice. It's trembling. Right. I like this idea of like everything around us is carnage, and I'm there on my knees and trying to ask for confession, basically. Sobbing, pleading.
Pastor Ward takes a step towards you. Oh, my child. You seek forgiveness for your sins.
I understand forgiveness is not given, but the privilege, a privilege that must be earned, I guess. I do come to seek for forgiveness, though, as I've heard your words, your actions change my family, their minds to the better, and I was the black sheep that brought us all down. I'm sorry, Father. I just need some help, some guidance. I want to be a better person. I want to be good in God's grace. She starts to sob and tear.
Mm-hmm. He looks down at you.
How close is he?
He is close enough to put a tender hand on the top of your head.
Just where I wanted him to be.
Okay.
Please continue.
Mm-hmm. With his hand on your head, he says, "Now, forgiveness indeed must be earned. The way that you earn forgiveness in this instance is you bring me the goddamned abortionist. And you can feel him start to squeeze your head.
Perfect. I take the pain because I want him to. Well, I want him to believe that I have no other choice, and I give in into his dominance, into his words. And I'll probably just squeal a bit. Although I know I can take more because I'm just furiously angry right now. Because he's touching me. And yeah, I take it in. I sob and I cry. We tried it. It's all Tyler's fault. He must have done something. And she kind of just like, points towards him or where she thinks he is. Weirdly. I hope he's on the right side because that would make it so much easier. But no, actually, it's fine. Like she just points to him.
Okay. A brief pause in this scene. So, Martin is dead. James is restraining Tyler. Mike is also there, and he was cowering before. But now he is both cowering and trying to move closer to Genesis, seemingly without having the pastor see. So while the pastor and Angelica are having their little conversation, Mike looks at Genesis with not really pleading eyes, but an expression that says, "What have you done?"
She did something?
Like,
I'm not to blame.
I'm just going to, as I am kind of still sobbing, I just look at Mike and I said, Mike, I don't know. I don't know anymore. You said they were bad people, didn't you? They did this to me. I can't sleep at night without seeing them pay for what they did. And I say this through gritted teeth.
Okay. Mike, when he hears this, he crawls over to you, and as he does, you hear the sound of chains on concrete, but you don't see anything. And he hesitates a little bit, but you can see he's trying to hug you, trying to comfort you. Do you allow him?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. He...
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to, so I allow him to embrace me, and I'm just going to ask him, like, Mike, what should I do?
Genesis, I don't know. The pastor is so strong. He's just going to get more. He's just going to get more people to do bad things.
He did this to you?
I can't leave. He's holding me prisoner. I can't leave as long as he's alive.
And if he's gone, you can leave?
If he's gone, I can do whatever I want.
I guess something at that point in time sort of clicks within me, and I'm starting to stop being in denial that the pastor had nothing to do with James and Martin.
Mm-hmm.
And I just face it that he was responsible for everything as well.
Yeah. Okay.
And yeah, I just tell Mike, we're gonna try and get out of here alive, okay?
I will help you.
All right. You have something planned?
No.
Okay. That's okay. We'll figure it out.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Figure it out. We'll pan the view over to George. You're still pretty dizzy, and you're still on the ground, but but your vision starts to clear, and you are hearing Angelica confess, and you see the pastor put his hand on her head. You hear the whole conversation. What are you doing?
Can I tell that he's hurting her?
I think Angelica was saying that she was trying to hide it, so no.
Okay.
She's taking in the pain.
Mm-hmm.
I still think him putting his hand on her would give me clarity of purpose, and
Okay.
I would take a swing with the sledgehammer at his head.
Okay. That will happen in 1 second. Tyler. You are being restrained by Martin. Your hands are being held by zip ties. You are also witnessing this this scene with Pastor Ward and Angelica. Do you have a plan? Are you planning on doing anything?
I don't have a plan, but what I am going to do is try to headbutt Martin.
Okay.
Like, if he's behind me, I'll like go backwards and try to break his nose and see
Okay.
what happens.
All right. So, this is what we'll do. Angelica, you initiate what you wanted to do, and then that will set off the events that will be happening, and then we'll do rolls in that order. So, Angelica, What are you going to do?
I'm waiting for that 1 second where his grip gets a bit loose, where he just loses a bit of focus.
Okay.
And I'm okay to take in more pain while he kind of exerts his dominance on me.
Okay. He just gave you a bit of a squeeze, and then
Okay.
he loosened his
Did
grip.
I get any kind of misdirection from me pointing out Tyler? Did he look that way?
Oh, right. You did. Okay.
I mean, I
He-
basically told him that he fucked it up and we were about to get her, but he told on her.
He's going to give,
It'll take.
he'll give a glance over his shoulder. Barely a glance. It's as if he doesn't care all that much. But
That's the moment that I've been looking for.
okay.
And I'm reaching with my other hand behind my back, pull the knife, get up, and just attempt to slice his throat. While call, I rather prefer vengeance, Father. If I'm honest,
Okay.
this couldn't go
Roll.
so badly.
Roll for violence.
Yeah, with absolutely a really good modifier on this. That is very, very good to roll on this. Wait a second. Well, I'm gonna roll violence. Let's see how that goes. Not too shabby. Not too shabby.
Okay.
I also want to say that this whole interaction, I'm very stubborn about this, meaning for my advantage. So I will not let this get, whatever this is, I will try to seek its completion, no matter the cost.
You do need to roll for your advantage.
Yeah, exactly. I just wanted to say that I want to enact upon it based on my action that I did right now, because I will be stubborn about killing this motherfucker.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
You can go ahead and roll that now, so that you.
Fuck!
Okay.
Yes! That's a complete success.
Okay. So yeah, you have 3 edges to use at any point during this scene.
Good.
Okay.
Perfect. Yeah, so I succeed with complications to stab him and slice his throat.
Yep.
Let's start with that.
Okay. You bring the knife up to his neck. And you try to slice. The knife hits his neck, but stops. You get maybe, I don't know, centimeter through his skin. And because of your momentum, the knife drops. And he puts his foot onto it. He doesn't have blood oozing from his wound. It's yellow. And it looks like pus. And he looks at you and says, "A sinner and feisty. I'm going to have some fun with you." And he grabs you by the neck and lifts you.
Fair.
when that happens, George, let's get your engage in combat.
Dad, help! Oh yeah, she might actually call that out because that's the first instinct that comes to mind. So not to pressure you, but that's on top of you too, Dad.
Okay. You're coming in with the sledgehammer, right?
Yes.
Okay. 1 second here. Okay. That is this. So, yeah, you're just trying to hit him in the head with this, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Likely from the opposite side of where
Right.
Angelica is.
Okay. You swing the sledgehammer at him, at his head. And you hit him in the head. But again, it's not the sickening crunch that you were expecting. It's a little bit of a splat, and you see some of that yellowish fluid coming from the back of his head. But you have to drop the sledgehammer because it felt like hitting a brick wall. It's actually hurt your hands. I won't have you do endure injury for this, but you have dropped the sledgehammer.
My arms just kind of, right. Jolted my elbows and my forearms.
Exactly. So, you have dropped the sledgehammer, and the pastor is now looking at you. Tyler, you were going to headbutt.
Yeah, sort of jerking my head back, trying to butt Martin, I think it was, in the head.
Engage in combat.
Engaging combat. Nah, that doesn't go well at all.
Yeah, so Martin sees instinctually knows what you're doing, what you're trying to do. He avoids it, and he kicks the back of your knees and basically gets you to the ground. So you're on your knees with your hands behind you, and he is holding you down. But he's conflicted, you can tell, because people are starting to attack the pastor, and it's his job to protect him. But he also just saw the pastor hit with a fucking sledgehammer and stabbed, and then he's shrugging it off like nothing. So he is incredibly conflicted at this point. So let's go back to Genesis. Are you paying attention to any of this, or are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would first of all, while this is going on, I'm gonna scramble through my backpack and see if I have still the gun in there.
Okay. Were you wearing it? I guess you were.
No. was in the backpack that I think that Angelica.
No, were you wearing the
put it
backpack?
under. Yep, I was.
Okay. Yes. So yeah, the gun's still in there.
I hand the gun over to Mike.
He he looks at it. I don't know how to use that.
I look at him and I kind of shake the two things that I have in my hands, which is the blowtorch and the hairspray, trying to say, well, what about these?
I guess, you know, I don't really need a weapon. I'm okay. You should have
Okay.
that. The pastor
All right.
probably disabled that, and he points at the gun.
Yeah, I look down at the gun. And I let it fall back into the bag. And I tell Mike, when he's distracted, we rush him, okay?
I need you to make an influence other, please.
All right. Okay.
Okay. So I'm not going to tell you which one I choose, by the way.
All right.
He doesn't say anything and just nods his head.
Okay. So at this point, I would want to wait for an opportune moment within that chaotic scene. Maybe after Dad has tried to use a sledgehammer to rush.
Yeah.
Past the ward.
So, yes, at this point, the scene is Angelica is being held up.
Madness.
Angelica is being held up by the neck and being choked by Pastor Ward. George has sledgehammered him in the head and dropped it and is in visible pain from what just happened. Tyler is still being restrained by Martin, but Martin is also kind of freaking out, distracted by this whole thing. Pastor Ward's not really paying attention to you, Genesis. So if you would like to do something.
Yep, I'd like to rush over and get within range so I could do the flame thing.
Okay. So you're using one of your edges to
Yep.
get close without having to do a act under pressure. Okay.
Yep, so I guess that would be frantic again, right? Or
I believe so, yeah.
all right, cool.
Okay. Yeah, you get into range and yeah, roll violence, please. Success with complications. So you okay. you are able to get him. You were pointing at the head, I assume. Okay. You are able to spray him with the fire. And it does look like you hurt him. So he drops Angelica. Angelica, you need to endure injury for me, please. And unfortunately, you are going to be, Genesis, you're going to be subjected to a counterattack. And he's just going to backhand you in the face. I need you to endure injury at a -2, please.
Okay.
When I need to do endure injury, any modifier? Besides the obvious that I have.
Yes, sorry, that is a -1 for you.
And the other thing is, do I have a second, or do I have an action to act before, like, while he's choking me, before I kind of get this injury?
If you want to try to do something while you're being choked.
Oh yeah, I want to kick him in the balls.
Okay. Then
I feel like kicking the balls would, be before choking, because that's when then, if I move around and he's still choking me, that's probably not good for me.
okay, since you are being choked at the same time, it's going to be, the violence roll will be at -2.
Wonderful. That's gonna be, if I make this, then I don't know what to say, but
Okay.
the amount of modifiers on this, not too bad. Not too bad.
Okay.
Okay. Success with complications.
Right. You kick him in the balls, or where the ball should be. You could tell that you hurt him, but he does not go down. He does not act as though he has balls of which to kick. So and that is the time when he gets burned. He drops you, backhands Genesis. Genesis, you... Okay. You're going to get a
Success with complications.
Success with complications. You're going to get a serious wound.
Mm.
Ooh. Endure injury for Angelica was a failure. So you can choose, are you knocked out, receive a critical wound, or die?
Well, death is only the beginning. But I don't see a reason why this should be a critical wound. I think what more happens is me moving, kicking, and stuff basically leads me to be knocked out, and I'm out for the count. And as he's choking me and restricting oxygen to my brain.
Yep. Okay.
So, bye-bye.
Falls, knocked out. Okay. So when you're backhanded, Genesis, he like it knocks you to the floor. It's hard. It does not look like he should be able to hit this hard, but he does. Tyler. When this happens, Martin basically like he lets you go. Like he unhands you while you're on your knees on the ground. And he's just like, what the fuck? Like he is baffled by what he's seeing the pastor do. What would you like to do?
Well, while he's distracted, I will rush the pastor with my hands tied behind my back and just put my head down and try to butt him in the midriff.
Okay. Cool. I like that. You can go ahead and roll for violence. George, I would like to also know what you are doing at this point.
I'd like to take another swing at him, especially after I see him choking Angelica.
Okay. So you're gonna pick up the sledgehammer and try to hit him again? Okay. Okay. Tyler's happens first. And that causes enough of a distraction for Pastor Ward so that George, you don't have to use the act under pressure to try to grab your sledgehammer. Okay. Tyler, you got a success with complications. Yeah, you run into him. All he does is move backward a couple paces. It doesn't even seem like this hurt him at all. It just moved him back. You feel like you've run into maybe not a brick wall, but he is sturdy.
Yeah, I basically bounce off him. He takes a few steps back, and I bounce onto the floor.
Yeah, I'm gonna say you. Yeah, you bounce off of him and you land on your butt.
Okay.
Yeah. So sledgehammer time, George.
All right.
It's sledgehammer time. Yeah.
Complete success. Okay. Yeah. Hitting him in the head?
Yep.
Okay.
The face, if possible, but I don't know if I can get an angle where I'm not endangering Angelica.
Angelica's kind of on the ground.
Okay.
She's passed out. So you get him in the face. And it seems to absolutely crush his face. And it is sickening crunch, yellow pus or whatever it is splashes out and gets on everybody. While the sledgehammer is still in his face, you can hear him screaming underneath. He takes the head of it and pulls it out of his face. And as he does so, he starts to change. He gets bigger. His lovely white linen suit that is now stained with blood and yellow rips and tears and falls off of him. He becomes fat, extremely fat. He gets tall. He's about 8 foot tall now. A giant tongue spills out of his mouth. And you are now witnessing a monster, a literal monster. And everybody needs to keep it together. Except for Angelica, she's still passed out, so. You will be coming around soon, though, Angelica, so don't worry. So, rounds of keep it together. Okay. Tyler. Success with complications. What's your condition? You're on mute.
Sorry, I thought unmuted me. I think I'm already angry, so... I'm on that's page 2, there it is. I'm probably scared. Yeah.
Okay. So -1 stability.
Angry
for that?
and scared.
Okay. Genesis.
That was a failure, but could I also ask what Jessica is doing in this scene, or do you have...
Jessica, she is, I think you saw her at the corner of your eye, and she was getting ready with a baseball bat behind the car, or like on the side of the car, and she was trying to use the element of surprise. She started to come out to get in on the beating, but you saw her stop and a look of like defeat on her face as people were, you were all were hitting Pastor Ward, and seemingly nothing was happening to him. And now he's turned into this monster, and she drops the bat and starts to cry.
I think for me, well, actually, it's the GM who chooses your action, right? So,
Right.
yep.
I just want to know how you're feeling.
Okay, cool.
With this.
Well, I'm absolutely horrified. I didn't expect this to be that as bad. I knew something was a bit wrong already. With I guess the church group. Since Mike had mentioned something to this extent, but this was way more than what I had expected. And yeah, I'm completely taken by surprise.
Okay. -2 stability for this one. And George, how are you feeling with your failure? Keep it together, failure.
Yeah, I mean, I felt a rush of adrenaline from the success of landing a perfect blow to his face, and then all of a sudden he transforms into a monster. I don't even know what to think. I mean, every time so far I've been confronted with cracks in the illusion, I've kind of just crumbled. So I don't know if that happens here or if I something else, considering I'm now kind of a changed person.
Yeah. -2 stability.
Okay.
Angelica, you start to wake up. And before you even open your eyes, what are you thinking?
I think, to be fair, well, the moment I passed out, I've seen carnage all around me. I've seen potentially death and devastation. And I wouldn't hold it too much against me if I wouldn't think about the graveyard and the way this all happened. The night that Tyler gave me these drugs that he didn't take, and I started to drift off. He suddenly told me things, saw things, and guided me through doorways leading to this cemetery, this churchyard. And I think the one thing that I'm focusing on is that night, that dream, that procession, I would call it, of us walking up to that mausoleum on top of that hill, walking through all the graveyards, and I'm just terrified. And I think before I even open the eyes, I just see the mausoleum, the white mausoleum on top of the hill, the dark clouds above, and just these fields of graveyards around me.
You're thinking about that as you open your eyes, and above you is this monstrous creature, 8 feet tall.
Yeah.
Keep it together, please.
No. Look at that.
Okay.
Success with complications.
Success with complications. So what is your condition?
Think I wisely place them apart so I can finally become fully scared. And I'm frightened to the bone and becoming a bit irrational in my decisions now.
Yeah. Okay. Just as you are observing this creature, and we'll quickly get this scene again. Angelica, you're coming to. George is holding the sledgehammer with this yellow goop on it. Tyler is on his ass with his hands tied behind his back. Genesis, you have just been hit in the face and are probably also on your ass. And I think at this point you're wondering, where's Mike? I thought he was going to help me. And as soon as you're probably thinking that, you see what looks to be just a blur. And this blur slams into the pastor. Slams so hard that it takes the pastor and slams him into the wall, into the lobby. And they tumble into the theater area of the church. Splinters are going everywhere. When they get into the theater, they leave a space of seats, like a crater falling from the sky. And then you see Mike starting to grapple with this monster. But Mike is different. He is also now 8 feet tall. He no longer has his coveralls on. He has gigantic wings behind him that are covered in chains, dragging behind him. And he's now fighting with this monster. What are you all doing?
Angelica is just trying to get reality together, like literally piecing reality together, because none of this makes sense. And with her dream of unconsciousness, this makes even less sense. Like, she thought she comes back to reality, and I think she just, if the pastor is gone, she's just like getting up, she's staggering around, she's walking aimlessly, and she's trying to figure out what the fuck is happening. Like, after an earthquake, trauma victims, basically. No clue what is happening, and if this is reality or if this is another dream, and she's just walking around.
Okay.
I think for a split second, Genesis is wondering if this is what an angel looks like, actually.
Looks a hell of a lot like an angel, but with chains on his wings.
Yeah, and I'm just dumbfounded, and I just think, oh my god, they're actually real. And I'm just staring straight at this scene.
Okay.
Tyler is probably doing the escapologist move where he's trying to, put his wrists below his feet so he can get his hands at least in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
And if he manages to do that,
Yeah,
he's going to
you
look
can do that
around
now.
for a weapon.
You have time.
Yeah, once he's done that, he's got his hands at least in front of him, although they are still tied, zip tied. And he's going to look around for a weapon, either his shotgun or a gun or something.
Okay. Yeah. You find your shotgun. It's near. Also, if you're wondering, Martin is dumbfounded. He is looking into the theater, and then he just turns around and runs. He runs across the parking lot. Unless anybody's trying to stop him, he just runs away.
Nah, good riddance to bad rubbish.
Okay. George, what are you doing when you see this?
Yeah, I don't know what to make of it, but I try to help Genesis or Angelica if they need it. Get to their feet
Okay.
and make sure they're okay. And I look over at Jessica. Who's what had been standing there crying, I believe.
Yeah. She has now been shocked out of her crying, and she was staring at the fight, but now she is running over to whatever daughter you don't go to, George, like whoever trying to help them.
Yeah, which daughter are you going to, Dad? No pressure, but
Which one is
No
your
pressure.
favorite child?
which one is
No
your
pressure, but
favorite?
lots of pressure.
I assumed they were gonna choose between Jessica and me. I'd probably reach for Genesis first because she was injured, but then again, Angelica was knocked out, so I kind of grabbed both of them. I love them
Okay.
equally.
Okay.
I'll save that.
Okay, we'll say that the Caldwells are having a little like hugging family powwow. Tyler, you grab your gun and you notice that it's back to normal. It's a real gun again.
Okay. I'm going to advance on this dueling mythological creature thing. And I'm going to open up both barrels on the pastor. This demon
Okay.
thing that's revealed itself.
Okay. Now you sawed off this shotgun, right?
Yeah, so I'm going to get pretty close so I don't spray the entire area.
Yeah. So I think you need to do, if you want to get close, you're going to have to do a act under pressure, or you're going to shoot both him and Mike.
Yeah, I'm kind of not that bothered, but I'm trying to avoid shooting Mike, so I'll do an act under pressure.
Okay.
That's a fail.
Okay. So my move for this is going to be that their fighting is kicking up so much debris, and like it's hard to get close enough to have any sort of accuracy, without you getting hurt as well. So
Yeah.
I'll give you a choice. So if you do want to try to get closer, you will have to do an endure injury at the same time as you do violence. But if you don't, you won't have to.
I don't really care about Mike. He's obviously also some kind of supernatural being, so I'm just gonna stay a bit away and just shoot.
Okay. Violence, please.
Okay. What is it? Engage in combat, yeah?
Yes. Engage in combat.
This is gonna go badly. Yep, that's a fail.
Okay. what happens? Okay. Your gun shoots. Unfortunately, the spray is a little too spread, and you do hit them, but it barely even stops them in their tracks. But now the pastor has seen you, and remembers that you all are there. So he is trying to break away from Mike in order to get back to you guys again. So, Caldwell's, you all hear a shotgun go off.
I go grab my shotgun.
Okay. Yeah, it's easy enough to
And,
find.
I want
And
to
it's
shoot
real
the
again.
monster.
Okay.
Yep. And I want to shoot what remains of the pastor.
So you get the same choice as Tyler did. You can make a act under pressure to get close enough to really aim at the pastor and only hit him, or you can stand farther back and probably hit Mike as well.
I'll attempt the act under pressure first.
Okay. Success with complications. So you can get closer, but I will have to have you do an avoid harm. So you're not automatically hurt, but you would be doing an avoid harm after you roll violence.
I'll roll violence.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, look at George. Okay. So you shoot at the pastor. Okay, there's that. Okay. You shoot at the pastor. A little bit hits Mike because they are in close range, but he doesn't seem too worried about it. You do need to roll me an avoid harm, though, as well. Okay. Unfortunately, Pastor, the monster formerly known as Pastor Ward, momentarily breaks loose from Mike and starts hurling chairs at you. Now, I think you can duck and avoid them, but you get stuck. So in order to avoid them, you have had to put yourself in a position where you no longer can escape the theater. Okay.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Angelica and Genesis.
Upon, I guess, hearing the gunshots, I'm gonna check for my gun again in the backpack.
Mm-hmm. It's real.
I look over at Angelica and kind of throw her the blowtorch and the hairspray.
Okay.
Like, fire, and that's it. I get that. And she kind
Yeah.
of gets up, wiping her tears away, and she's like, "I love you, Jen. I really love you."
I love you too. I love you too, and we'll get out of this, okay? Like always.
I think she starts to tear again, but she just turns around to the stage and starts running.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she can't face that right now. She's very emotional.
Okay. I'm going. So
Angelica is running towards the father with the pastor, the whatever that lictor is. Not that I know what a lictor is, but he
Angelica
runs
doesn't.
towards runs towards him, and she has a absolute full focus. She's now tunnel vision. Sees that creature up front throwing chairs at her father. She has a blowtorch, hairspray, and she's having a flame in her heart in order to get this thing killed. And that's
Okay.
what she does. She just runs towards it as close as she can and then try to set it on fire.
Okay. Genesis, are you trying to get close? Or your handgun can easily fire from a distance, so you don't have to make the roll. I will say that you, Genesis, can start firing first, which will give, and I'll let you give Angelica an advantage if you want to do that, unless you want to try to get close and run in.
If I don't need to get close with the gun, then I will probably just shoot from where I am. And I'm not sure if I can do this, which is the vicious edge, whether that applies right now or.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
It does indeed. Yeah, so this roll for violence, and this attack will do 2 more harm.
Also, just a mechanical question. Do I still have my edges that I didn't use from earlier?
Yes, you do.
Good.
Yeah.
I was counting on that.
Yeah.
Well, I should have asked before I do stupid
Oh
shit.
no,
but
it's
yeah.
You whatever edges you have for this scene, you still have them. Okay. So, Genesis, how are you what is your action hero gun stance that you're taking to shoot at the pastor? Are you saying anything cool?
I'm just going to emulate how my mom would do things. So I kind of take the gun out like this, and I just point it at the pastor or whatever that thing is. And just tunnel vision and shoot at what I think might be the head of this person or monster.
Yep.
Yeah, and I go with this line, it's nothing personal. Pastor Ward.
Okay. And you let it loose. Okay. So, Angelica, you can do the act under pressure, and Genesis, you can do the helping or hindering. Also
Shouldn't
act
she
under
do
pressure.
roll first? Shouldn't she roll first? So I know what is happening.
Sure. We can do it that way. It doesn't matter that much, but
Yeah, sure.
yeah.
Act under pressure. Coolness. I'm
Yes.
cool.
Coolness. Okay.
Ice cold.
So,
Ice, baby.
yeah, the helping isn't really necessary, but Genesis just allows you to be that much more stealthy. Full success for the act under pressure. So you get in there, you get close, and I need a violence roll, please.
See, that's where I need actually support. Because that's where I really fucking suck. Yeah.
Full failure, unfortunately.
I stand there. I'm probably 5 to 10 feet away from that thing. And I can't find the lighter.
I was going to say
Oh,
you
whatever.
you can turn on the blowtorch, but Genesis used all of the hairspray on her attack earlier. So nothing's coming out. Very cool. So now you are in the thick of this fight. Now that you're closer, Angelica, you can see Mike. He is not looking good. He is bloody and bruised. Pastor Ward doesn't look great either. But yeah, Mike seems to be, he doesn't have much left in him, it seems. So.
Oh, you're gonna make me choose?
I also want to do another round of what people are doing as well. But Angelica, what are you doing first?
She is recognizing that Mike's there. And she sees him not in a good condition, but also there's really not much she can do. There's this monstrous being in front of her, so I think she will take one look up around her shoulder in the auditorium to look at kind of Jen and George and Jess, her family. And I think she's just running with that little blowtorch towards that fucking creature and just like gonna stab him or stab, push, punch, whatever is remaining.
Okay.
That's basically what he does.
Let's go back to Tyler before we see that scene. Tyler, so you are now seeing Angelica basically in the thick of the fight.
I mean, what my plan was is to basically walk forwards with the shotgun, laughing maniacally, and just open up. Obviously, I don't want to get Angelica caught in the crossfire, so I'm just trying to get past her and then shoot at this demon thing.
Okay. So, George, what are you trying to do? So you are kind of trapped in the theater at this point. But you are still within eyesight. They've stopped throwing shit at you, and you're still in eyesight, so you can see what's going on. You see Angelica near the monsters fighting.
Yeah.
And what she did not do anything.
I don't want to risk hurting Angelica, but I do want to take another shot at
Okay.
Lictor Ward, or Pastor Ward, I mean.
Okay. So Tyler's shooting, George is shooting. Genesis, what are you doing?
I'm still shooting, but I'm gonna be running and shooting.
Okay.
And
Okay.
I'm just really fired up, and I just want to use up everything that I have.
Okay. I'm not going to have anybody roll anymore. This is the cinematic ending. We have Tyler running up. Maybe he kind of runs to the side of Angelica because she's also running up to Pastor Ward. We have George and Genesis taking their shots. All of your attacks converge at the same time onto Pastor Ward. At this point, again, both him and Mike were looking pretty bad. And the pastor was trying to get out of Mike's clutches, and it looks like he was trying to go towards the stage area. He was desperately trying to get there. And Mike wasn't really fighting with him anymore because he is out of juice. But he was holding on to him for dear life. And Jessica and Tyler, as you get close, you can hear Mike just saying, "Kill him. Do it now. Before he gets back home." And as all your attacks converge, the pastor basically just yellow goo flies out of him. Some of his bones just start protruding from his body. And he looks dazed. He sways on his feet. And then he finally falls with a huge thud. And just a blast of dirt rises up. Mike also collapses. In a puff of dirt. And the pastor is dead.
Angelica still runs towards him and kicks whatever that is on the ground. Kicks, hits, blow torches with that little flame that is left. And she just unloads her whole anger onto that mass. Unless somebody stops her and pulls her away. Like, she is just literally digging into this. Like, it's getting gory.
Tyler, you are basically right next to her. What are you doing?
I think I'll probably unload the shotgun onto its head.
Okay. So you guys are continuing the violence, and just sprays of yellow goo fly up as you are kicking and shooting at this creature. George.
I look for Jessica and all this.
She finally walks into the theater and she looks at you. You're able to get to her. And she says to you, I froze.
I just say it's okay, honey, and I put my arms around her. I think we've beat whatever that thing was. I'm just exhausted.
I froze. I can't believe I froze. My children. I froze.
It's happened to me so many times, but anyway, all I was doing today was doing what you've done so many times in the past. So. Yeah, and I just stand there and hold her.
You can feel her nodding against your chest, but she's still sort of mumbling, I froze. I can't believe I froze. Genesis. What are you doing?
Yeah. So as I see, I guess, what was past the waterfall, I think my gunshots sort of slow, and I slowly start walking instead of running. And I'm looking at where Mike was, and I'm not sure if he or that thing is still alive. So I wanted to approach it quite cautiously.
Yeah. Mike is laying on the ground. His wings are spread underneath him, and the chains are gone. He is bloody and bruised, and he is barely alive. And he looks at you, Genesis, and says, I helped you, right?
Yes. What about you? Are you okay? What can I do? And I'm trying to try and reach for his wounds or press something to apply pressure.
I'm dying. I'm dying, I think. But I'm free. And he coughs, hacking, rattling cough. Some blood comes out of his mouth. Genesis, you all are not safe. They will hear about this and come after you.
We'll just skip town. We'll just go somewhere else, right?
Somewhere else. Yeah. You always will have to leave. They can find you anywhere. And he starts another round of coughing. And he's starting to wheeze very badly.
I'm just slowly sort of stroking, I guess, his head or shoulder. And I just say, I'm so sorry, Mike. Thank you so much for everything you've done. I'm sorry.
I'm free. I'm free. And he just continues to say, I'm free, as he closes his eyes, takes his final breath, and collapses. And that is the end of this scenario. Judgment. Do we want to have a little bit of an epilogue for the Caldwells and Tyler?
Sure.
Okay. Caldwells. After this incident, I think, well, you tell me, what would be satisfying for you guys as an ending?
I mean, we could fast forward a year or 6 months and
Okay.
check in on where we all are.
Sure. Sounds good. Okay. In a year.
I mean, who wants to start? I mean, I think we have a new
Go
home
ahead.
security system. Yeah, I think we have a new home security system with cameras and motion sensors and lights around the house. And
Okay.
we're probably a little more jumpy, and we have certainly more weapons in the house
Okay.
than we did before. And I don't think I've been able to get back into painting creatively. I just don't feel it the same way as I used to. I can't empathize as much with what other people are feeling, but I mean I've taken up teaching, some private lessons. I thought about trying to get a job as maybe an instructor at a community college or something, but I just can't. I don't feel safe, standing in front of a group of people. So it's more
Okay.
just private tutoring.
Okay. I think Jessica quits the force. And, maybe does private investigation or something along those lines. And yeah, she still lives with you, George. But she's not quite the same. It's worse than after she got the injury. She is now the one who's depressed. And it's seemingly you have to take care of her now.
Which I think I'm completely okay with.
Okay. Caldwell daughters, are you still living at home? Or no?
Please go ahead, sister. Mine is very depressing.
I don't feel safe after what Mike had said, and I'm convinced that they will, or whoever there is out there, is gonna find us. I tried to convince Dad and Mom to leave, but I guess that wasn't successful. So I am just constantly on the run in my car. And also kind of seeing Mike as an angel and trying to find out in all the Bibles or whatever religious texts I can for a picture that may have resembled Mike.
You don't find one.
I think that would be my new obsession, so I'm just gonna be on the run and constantly trying to find out what the hell that
Okay.
was back there.
Okay. Angelica?
Yeah. So it all started at that same night, when after she's been beating pulp out of the pastor's leftovers, basically. At some point, she turned to Tyler, and she just, put all her anger that she put into to the pastor, into a very concise and very concentrated kick into his groin area. And she left without saying anything else to him. And she stayed with the family for about 2-3 months. And then she decided to, or not she decided, she told George and Jessica that she applied for an arts program in Berkeley, California, and she got in. And she just couldn't take it anymore, and the whole Phoenix thing just didn't work for her, and that was just like her relief. And she, it was a heartfelt and warm goodbye, but she kept on writing letters every week, then turned out months, and I think the final scene that I want for Angelica is you see her leaving kind of the shanty town close to the Bay Bridge. She's dirty, filthy, and worn clothes. Her whole posture, she's coughing. Arms are filled with needle marks, and she makes her way kind of towards the downtown Berkeley, and she just posts one of her letters, and it's a heartfelt letter that she sends back. Oh, study's going great. I've learning so much. It's beautiful. I've such a beautiful time. I wish you would be here. California is great. And yeah, she basically posts it and then walks back and comes to her little kind of makeshift bed underneath the bridge on the Bay Area, and kind of huddles into her corner and shakes and shivers as she's going through withdrawal because she doesn't have enough money to buy more drugs.
Okay. Tyler.
Yeah, what Tyler would do is he would probably, once he's recovered from this whole experience, think, well, how am I going to carry out this ritual? And he would form a coven. He'd get 12 like-minded occultists around him, and then basically carry out the ritual by, draining their strength so they wouldn't necessarily notice, and carry out the ritual, which I must admit I'm not quite sure what it would do, but to try to avoid vengeance from beyond the grave from Wayne.
Okay. Yeah. How about you make one more dabbler in the occult roll? Let's see how this goes.
What's that? Is that my advantage? Yeah.
That's your advantage, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, 14, success with complications.
So you are able to protect yourself and then separate yourself from Wayne's spirit, his soul, using this coven, this black magic coven. However, when you conduct the ritual, you accidentally kill a couple of your members because you took too many years. And I'll leave it to your imagination how Tyler feels about that.
No, probably doesn't regret it too much, but might be being hunted down by the homicide unit now, so
There's that.
he's on the run as well.
There's that. Yeah. So with that is judgment completed. Thank you so much, everybody. This has been the Illusion Horror and Con actual play of Judgment. Thank you to my players. Thank you to all of you who watched it on YouTube. And yes.
Matt, you got a twisted mind. Get some help.
And Matt Sanderson has a very twisted mind, and we love him for it. So thank you so much, and we'll see you for the next stream.